Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 51. In the afternoon, I'm in the shopping district. During the morning I was with Emily hunting dandelion in Arsenic Dungeon, and while Emily was currently selling off her loot, I was waiting at a corner for her to finish. While gazing at the adventurers that were walking in and out of the shop, I was fiddling with my hands as I have nothing to do. Suddenly, from beside me a teacup was being placed in front of my table. When I looked up to whom it was, I saw Elsa's face in front of me. She placed the tea and sat across the table. Have some tea while you're waiting. I didn't know they serve tea here. Foo-foo. That's only because Rita-san is our loyal customer. I'm sure this cup of tea would further increase our shop's performance in the future. Then I should work hard on getting more tea. With Elsa smiling sweetly, I drank the cup of tea. I was surprised that this tea wasn't like your typical cheap stuff where they either give you a tea bag or some powder to produce a cheap taste, but this refined taste indicates that they used proper tea leaves with boiled water to serve me. I was sort of happy that they took the effort to prepare such good quality tea for me. Oh right, it's about time for the Harvest Festival. The Harvest Festival? You don't know about it? It's a festival in Shikaro that is held once a year. Hey, this Harvest Festival that you're speaking of, does it have any relation to the monster's drop? Yes it does. The festival will be held for 3 days. In those 3 days, the entire production sellers will gather around there and sell their product. Hey, everything huh? Yes they have everything. What would they do with the collected products? This reminded me of the Tomato Festival held on Earth. It's a festival that was being held outside of Japan. The folks over there would gather huge sum of tomatoes in the city, and they would play a snowball fight with each other using the tomatoes as the snowball. It was bloody cool. TLN, sorry I had to. Will they bash each other with the products, or would they just eat it? They'll defeat it. Did you know that there's an arena located at the south side of the city, and over there they would exhibit the products to return the products back to the original monsters. The exhibition is to show the product and its origins. Ah, now I get it. For some odd reason I accepted it, as these sorts of event are just like this world. At first I was like, wait a minute? Why would they simply let a rogue monster let loose in the middle of the city? But then again, if it's inside a safe and controlled environment like let's say inside the arena, what's more it's an event that's been held every year, then it made sense. I'm pretty sure they would have some dispatch to take care of the rogue monster too, though it's fine if it's just regular drops. If they were to find a rare monster's drop, the chances of finding one would be slim, thus it's valued higher. I see. Afterwards I will be distributing a list of rare monster drops that we have not obtained to everyone. Guess I have to start working for this cup of tea then. Yep. Flowers bloom around Elsa while she smiled, brimming with light. Heading out of the trading shop, it's time to go and team up with Celeste. With the 3-person in Rita's family, this time we are heading to Turaru. I guess there would be something like a harvest festival. Was there nothing like this where you lived before, Celeste? The place that I lived in had nothing of that sort ever. I see, as I nodded in approval. I guess there are places that don't have these sorts of festival. Since it's a story not related to us, we changed the topic and the conversation for the festival ceased. In return, we talked about something that was in my mind for a while. I'm thinking about renting a new house. The home that we're currently living is a 2LDK, but with an addition of Celeste, I feel like having another room would be better. I don't particularly mind though. Me too. But how should I put it? I want a new house. The 3 of us should have some savings from the potatoes that we've been selling, right? So I was wondering, why not get a new house where the 3 of us can stay and let that be a hideout for the Rita family? As I proposed this idea to them, the both of them looked at each other. If that's the case then I approve. Me too, Disu. Alright, then after this we will quickly inquire a real estate agent. What sort of house should we rent though? I suggest having a bad house. As to why, that's because I want to see the goddess Emily transforming that horrible house and see the before and after look. I get what you mean, though I understand your feelings, but since we're doing this might as well get a decent to high quality house. That's true. What's more, Those kinds of houses might have something popping out. I'm slightly afraid of ghosts, Disu. As Emily was saying that, she was grasping her hammer tightly while shivering in fear. Even though she could instantly shatter a big rock no problem, when it comes to spirits and such she's actually afraid of them. Non. What I'm talking about isn't ghosts and such, but those. Those, Disu? Yes, those. The cock. Stop it, Celeste. Any further and we might be in trouble. I frantically stopped her. But it was too late. Pishy. An eerie sound can be heard and the air around us suddenly stiffens. A frightening Emily could be seen. Emily, who seemed to have stopped time around her, the light in her eyes turned cloudy. Yoda-san, what is it? If that time comes, I'll commit seppuku, Disu. As soon as she said that, she grasped her favorite hammer. Emily, wait a moment. You can't use a hammer to cut your stomach. It's alright, Nano Desu. If a person puts their thoughts into something, anything is possible, no Desu. If I were to be exposed to those threats, I'm sure I can prudently cut myself with a hammer, Disu. Fu. Maybe I can just practice doing so right now, Disu. Wait a minute, don't be so rash. Emily, since when have you been so strong? Celeste, who did not understand the situation at all, was stunned. I was holding on to Emily's strength, who was trying to use a hammer to kill herself, while trying to calm her down. Finally, after some time she gave up, and her usual atmosphere returned. Rita-san, that ... It's better to omit that word from now on, right? Seems like Celeste has also come to an understanding. After trying various methods to calm Emily down, she regained her mood and we can now finally head off to Tururu Dungeon. Suddenly, we heard a loud scream coming from somewhere. There's a guy and a girl. No, there's all kinds of people screaming in terror. Immediately, the city began to miser. What happened? I don't know, Desu. It seems that there's screaming coming from that direction. The location that Celeste was pointing was the direction leading to the entrance of the dungeon. We immediately understood why. It's a monster. A rogue monster has appeared. The citizens that were running away from the monsters were screaming loudly. Something crossed my mind of what happened previously. Their two adventurers, man and woman, ran straight towards us. You idiot. Hurry up and run. Hey, what's happening? Apparently these adventurers were blinded by money, so they dived deep into the floor. Who those monsters were there. They managed to defeat them, but as they were about to return to the surface they were killed. Since they were dead, the items were left behind. That's about it. For now just run to safety. With just us, we can't do anything about it but to flee on. The moment the paired adventurers said that, they ran away in full speed. Kaya. Again screaming can be heard. This time it was close by. When we looked at the direction of the voice, Elsa was there. While she was running away she fell down and landed on her butt. And the slimes are closing in on her. The body is in full pink, and the eyelashes were long with double eyelids. If you strictly look at the face you can consider the slime a beauty. It's a exclamation mark. Celeste accidentally leaked out a voice close to screaming, even though she came here not too long ago, but she had already collected so much data. Though this is not the time to listen to her carefully. I took out my guns, and without the time to load more ammo I immediately aimed at the slime Jiraiya and fired. On my left the normal bullet flew straight at it, and on my right the restrained bullet flew out. The restrained bullet let out a faint light, and restrained the slime Jiraiya with a light rope. While it was being restrained, I immediately went beside Elsa, and quickly lifted her up. Rita-san, hold on tight. I caught hold of Elsa and flew back. I tagged out and Emily went in with her hammer spinning round and round, approaching close to the slime, whilst Celeste was using the bicorn horn to shoot a volley of fire bullets as support. The restrained slime Jiraiya was being hit by the fire bullets, and following up Emily swung her hammer straight down on the slime without thinking. Though, that did not defeat it. Emily hyped herself up, and swung her hammer multiple times at the restrained slime Jiraiya. The method is like hammering on matches. In the middle of all these the restrained bullet broke off, and I fired another restrained bullet as support. The slime Jiraiya that had no chance to resist was being beat up for about 10 seconds. And finally it was defeated. This monster is kinda tough. Well, That's obvious as the slime Jiraiya resides in Toru's 26th floor. 26th floor? I didn't know this monster resides so deeply in the dungeon. No wonder it was so difficult to defeat it. Rita-san. On my arms I could hear Elsa's voice, with such soft and clear voice, looking at her. Her face was pale, and her hands were shaking in fear. Thank you very much. Are you alright? Are they any injuries? There's no injury. Phew. I'm glad. Seems that Elsa is fine for the time being. When I let go of her hands it seems that she could support on her own. Though, why has the commotion not stopped? If I'm not mistaken, the slime Jiraias are considered as normal monsters on the 26th floor. It's not a rare monster? With a serious expression, Celeste nodded. The rare monster in the 26th floor is called, since the slime wears a crown on its head, you can immediately spot it. A crown ... like a king, huh? So the one we defeated was different. It's more of like the king's slave/servant. That's right. Though we don't have to worry anymore. As Celeste finished saying, the commotion is slowly dying down. If an emergency situation occurs, high-level adventurers will immediately get hold onto it and appear, and will be fighting around the city. More like they will stop the monsters' movement and defeat them. Even from afar I can tell. It's similar when I'm inside the dungeon and feel a sort of atmosphere. I can sort of feel that the adventurers are slowly diminishing the monsters. If that's the case then it's settled. Kaya. As we were about to be relieved, another scream was heard. I looked at Emily and Celeste, and the three of us reacted at the same time. We ran straight towards the location of the scream, and over there another monster was present. A slime that was wearing a crown. It's a slime sultan. Around it there are a few adventurers who have fallen from battle. Seems like they were hit by that slime. Yoda-san, we should help them Desu. As Emily said so she ran straight ahead. She swung her hammer round and round. As per her usual stance she dropped the hammer down, and shook the side after landing. The 130 centimeters body with a huge hammer took a full swing at the slime sultan, sending it flying afar. Then Emily pursued the slime sultan that was flying away. Wait, no, in order to protect the fallen adventurers she pursued the slime sultan. Celeste also followed suit and ran ahead. While grinding my teeth, I took out my dual gun and loaded the healing bullets and fired at all of the fallen adventurers. Around the vicinity the light of the healing ability shone. Once I knew they weren't in danger, I went ahead to where Emily and Cor. Emily is in a pinch. The slime sultan underlaid on top of Emily, preventing her hammer from smashing on it, and slightly from afar Celeste was firing flame bullets using the bicorn horn, but with only a level 1 magic spell. It did almost no damage to the slime sultan. Get away. From Emily. I rushed towards the slime sultan and pushed it away. The slime retreated from above Emily, and landed on the floor with its body seemingly like jelly flopping around. I pushed the slime sultan towards a building's wall, and the wall was semi-ruptured and rubble fell down on it. The slime sultan then changed shape and counter-attacked. I guarded and flew backwards, took out my gun and fired the restrained bullet. After the light rope restrained the slime sultan. Though, it immediately broke off. Not even 2 seconds, huh? Immediately I looked back, and I saw Celeste helping Emily get up. Though Emily doesn't have any injuries, but because of the slime sultan, her hammer was bent to the side. I can't rely on Emily's firepower anymore. I'm the only one left to deal with this. I switched my bullets, and repeatedly fired. On one side is all normal bullets, and on the other is the restrained bullets followed by normal bullets. When the restrained bullets hit the target, the slime sultan was restrained for about 2 seconds, and in that 2 seconds I closed the distance to about 1 meter and fired a hail of penetrating bullets. Although I fired my magazine till it was blank, I could not deal the final blow. Though, it seemed to be working. If it's like that, I loaded more bullets. Again I fired a single restrained bullet and the rest are all normal bullets. I relentlessly fired at the slime who was 1 meter away from me, and continued firing again. When the restraint was released, I fired another restrained bullet and again I fired more penetrating bullets. After repeating that, I ended up using 10 sets. The slime sultan that has a series of holes like a beehive has finally stopped moving and was defeated. There's a limit to how tough one may be. If another were to appear, I don't think I can handle it. I'm glad I have the godlike restrained bullet on time. The exchange of 4 flame bullets and 2 healing bullets in order to get 1 restraining bullet, firing that is somehow dangerous in a way. And with that I was finally relieved, and from the rogue monster of the slime sultan, a pouch-like item dropped from it. Translator note: Jariya is an Arabic term used in Islamic religion to refer slave woman. You can for more reference. Sultan is an Arabic word where in Muslim country it's defined as a Muslim sovereign, or someone who has power or authority, or commonly related to as king. More translator note: when I was typing for this chapter, I noticed something odd, like the word dot. I don't know why, but I think that would sound nicer. What do the readers think? Should I change it or should I just leave it at that? Poll time again. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 52. For now, I'll keep the pouch that I just picked up into my pocket. Based on my experience, I know that the item I picked up this time around must be a good item again, but I'll confirm that afterwards. First things first, I'll head back to where Emily and Celeste were. Are the both of you alright? I'm alright. Me too, Disu. From the way the both of them responded, it looks like there's nothing to worry about. The grip of the hammer has bent. Let me try to fix. Let's get an upgrade. This time, instead of repairing it, let's upgrade it so that the handle will never be bent again. That's a nice idea, Celeste. I wonder what hammer would be better though. Well, there is this equipment store in town that has a 5 million Pyro equipment piece. Celeste answered based on the information she gathered. Let's make it so that both ends of the hammer will have a different effect. On one end when you hit someone, it will give twice the damage on the opponent, and on the other end when you hit a monster, it will send a sort of AO damage to its surrounding, dealing the same damage to all of them from the monster you hit. Having to freely switch between a ×2 damage multiplier and a range attack seems cool. Okay, let's do that then. Celeste and I nodded in unison. No, it's not okay. Having to spend 5 million on something on me is too wasteful. A ghost might appear too. If I do this to my hammer? Emily hurriedly refused our offer, and held on to the bent handle of the hammer and tried to twist it back to its original position. With her face bright red, she used the entirety of her strength to bend it back. Snap! A high-pitched sound echoed, and the handle of the hammer was snapped in half. I understand your feelings, Emily. You dealt the finishing blow before it turns to dust, right? How? No, that's not what I was trying to do, no Desu. And to do that you showed off your strength too. It's certainly true that someone having a strength of A is something to be proud of. I'll surely lose to that gorilla face. How? That was an accident, no Desu. Anyway, if we just find a tape and bandaged it together, I can use it again, no Desu. What sort of tape is that even? The tape must be as strong as Emily's A strength, and getting that sort of tape is even more expensive compared to just, I don't know, getting a new hammer? A wasteful ghost will appear, Desu. Although Emily was about to tear up, she was still trying to decline our offer. Even when I was living with her, even when it's for her sake, she would never let me spend some money on her. Even way back when we first started living together, I wanted to rent her her own personal house, but in the end she asked me to live with her. Emily would always think for me. No, she would always prioritize us before herself, even though that is the source of why she is always kind and soft. This time I will force my feelings onto her. Emily. I squat down and faced the 130 centimeters Emily eye to eye, then stared straight at her eyes. You always look out for me all the time, so just this one time, let me return that favor to you. Oh, Emily leaned backward slightly. Why did she cover her face? Please, just this one time, let me help you. Yes, Desu. After thinking a while, Emily finally nodded. Then that settles it. Tomorrow we shall work extra hard to earn money. Our goal is 5 million Pyro. What's that? If I were to seriously do this, We don't even need a week to reach our goal. I'm so looking forward to this. We're diving into the dungeon to get Emily a new weapon. I'm sure we will head further into the dungeon together and defeat more monsters. If we return the favor to Emily, we would also benefit from it. With a shameful feeling, I shrugged my shoulders. Celeste was smiling gently, and Emily, who had an apologetic expression, soon smiled too. Yoda-san, Celeste-san. Emily looked at the both of us, and gave an extremely happy look. It is a smile one would also naturally smile when looking at it. Thank you Nano Desu, was what she answered. Though that's my line, but it'll spoil the mood, so I refrained from saying it. At night, we came back to our home after a day of diving into the dungeon, and suddenly a well-dressed youth came and visited us. We led him into the living room, and sat face to face across the table. The polite youth then stated his name. My name is Smith, pleased to make your acquaintance. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you too. First off, I'm sorry if this comes off as slightly rude of me, but I would like to immediately dwell into the incident about the Slime Sultan that happened today in the city. The three of you who fought back there were extraordinarily wonderful. It is rare to see a party of three to be able to defeat an extremely powerful monster residing in Turu's 26th floor. Smith praised us endlessly, though there's nothing wrong to be praised at. But it is indeed troubling that the moment he visits our home, he starts praising us. When our eyes met, Emily and Celeste also had a similar expression as me. Well then, this is the main topic that I came here for. It seems that the lady's weapon over there has been broken. Am I right? We are going to get a new one for her soon. Then, allow me to provide a new one for you. Provide? Both Emily and Celeste let out their voice. It seems that both of them came to the same conclusion. But what is it? Our company deals with many weapons, so I wonder what sort of weapon would Sato-sama want to buy? What sort of? Well, obviously a strong weapon. That is a definite. But what if there are multiple weapons of similar strength? Well, then you should get a weapon that famous people are using. Many adventurers desire a stable weapon, so we are always reluctant on handing out new weapons. I've come across a few of these conversations before. Since a dungeon literally drops anything, so hunting a monster in a dungeon is an act of producing. Therefore, most adventurers desire a stable weapon. Therefore, a weapon that is used by famous people sells really well. If a notable person is using it, then that guarantees the weapon, and you will feel safe using it. But that's just my thoughts when selling these weapons. I get what you're trying to say. Hence, please allow me to offer a new hammer for Emily-sama. I'm pretty sure the hammer that Emily used to beat off the slime Jiraiya would sell well too. Now I see. It's similar to a sponsor providing a famous sportsman their equipments. Although it was unfortunate that Emily's hammer was broken off after dealing with the slime Jiraiya and slime Sultan, but in return we have an opportunity to get a new hammer for her. I turned to look at Celeste, and she silently nodded. Even though we wanted to get that as a gift for her, but in a case like this it might be good to talk it out first. I understand your offer, but Emily, are you okay with this? Ito, of course, because I was the one who suggested you to use our weapons. The payment is obviously free. I want it Desu. Emily immediately replied with vigor. If 5 million can turn into 0 Piro, she will obviously accept it. Thank you so much. Then without further ado let us produce an original hammer, a hammer made just for her, Emily's hammer. As for the modifications for the hammer, please tell me more about it. Yes Desu. And thus Emily and Smith started talking about the modifications. While Emily is showing a desire for something, Celeste, who is watching, had glittering eyes of expectations. I too am excited what that would turn out to be. TLN note, wasteful ghost. Well, there is a wiki talking about it but I won't go in depth, but it just means don't waste something. A perfect example is from our parents constantly saying, don't waste your food. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 53. The next day, I walked my way towards Nonium, which I usually went in the morning. When I stepped foot into the first floor, I saw Prince Margaret and her gang in the dungeon. Seeing the somewhat beautiful Princess Margaret where she delivers the final blow to a monster and the dropped air would be sucked up into the box and later on sell it to her customers. There, the guy who was appointed as the leader saw me, and greeted me with a smile. "Yo Sata-san, yo, if there's some time, I would like to reward you with something." During the time you advertise for the popularity of the box has skyrocketed. Oh, so that's what happened. Seriously, can't thank you enough for it. Anyhow, you're doing the usual air business? After asking about it, I looked around the dungeon. Further away from us was the nonchalant Princess Margaret with her 4 assistants. They're currently fighting a monster right now. The 4 guys would first weaken the monster, then let Princess Margaret deal the final blow. Yep, though recently our business is going on sluggishly, so I had a lot in my mind to worry about. That's probably cause you're selling air, though the item that you've been selling itself is rather questionable too. It's not like Princess Margaret's popularity has plummeted, so I wonder why. Can't you just sell something else? Something else? Yeah. For example, you could use that Pandora box and using her as an appeal to attract other producers. I'm sure it'll sell well. For example, you can use panties. The guy widened his eyes in surprise. Are you some kind of genius? I think I'm more of an old man right now. The moment I let that slip out of my tongue, I sort of regretted it. Is this still a time where bloomers and sailor uniforms still exist? That will sell. It'll sell, but the image of Princess Margaret would. It'll be ruined. In a way you can put it as slicing a chicken's stomach to get the eggs? He tilted his head in confusion. Oh right, since the drop in this world is different, they would not get that idiom. Well, since it's troublesome to explain about it, I naturally diverted the conversation. Some other items. This is difficult. Well, looking at the guy who was groaning, I thought of contributing with some ideas too. Something that would display the name of that princess. That reminded me of what happened yesterday. It was about the time when Smith came to visit us and offered Emily a weapon for free in exchange of advertising her as the owner of the weapon. The word brand is floating around my head right now. How about something like a ring? A ring? Yep, a ring. A ring that is produced by Princess Margaret. I mean, it's not a bad thing. What's more, in reality, it's practically the same thing as, say, selling your airbox and the panties. Let's see. How about having a catchphrase like, a ring that Princess Margaret gave you as a present, or something along the lines, are you God? TLN, I smell God. The guy praised me and valued me even higher than before. Yes, rings are great. It's wonderful. If it's rings, then I would have to hunt in macrolide instead of shikoro then. If that's the case, I would also need to employ new adventurers. The guy then mumbled to himself while rubbing his chin. The moment he found a business opportunity, he was already exploring the possibilities to achieve that goal. Truly the mind of a merchant. Since it'll be bad if I bother him any further, it's time to. Kaya. Suddenly someone shouted. I wonder what happened, but it was Princess Margaret that was shouting. Apparently the 4 assistants were defeated by skeletons that came from the walls for a surprise attack, and was knocked unconscious. The skeleton that had removed the men then head towards Princess Margaret's direction. I immediately took out my gun and fired a restrained bullet. The bony fingers that were about to reach for Princess Margaret were suddenly wrapped in a light rope. I immediately dashed forward to where Princess Margaret was. When she was about to faint, I hugged her, and jumped backwards. In midair, I used the other gun, which is loaded with normal bullet, and fired a few shots at the skeleton. The skeleton took in a few of my bullets and its bones shattered. Right as we landed on the ground, the skeleton also fell to the ground and without anything left behind it disappeared. Are you alright? Princess Margaret immediately used her small hands to push my chest away from her. While she was frantically trying to look away from me, I stole a glance at her face. Her face was being stained with the color of vermilion. Are you alright, princess? I'm okay, the guy who ran to us immediately asked, and the princess replied in a soft and timid voice. When he heard that the princess was alright, he let out a sigh, and turned towards me and bowed. Thank you for saving her. Really, thank you. It's okay. All that matters is that she's safe. Please let me reward you with something in return. You don't have to go to that extent to reward me though. No, since from the fight displayed earlier, it seems that the item you used to defeat the skeleton is a consumable goods, or something along that category. I'm really sorry that you had to use such expensive item on a dungeon that drops nothing. Oh right, I can just return you with a ring then, eh? Since we've discussed about finalizing the idea of selling the princess's ring, then let us have the honor of giving you the very first product completely free of charge. I think that would be bad in many ways. The princess is weak, and seeing that you saved her without a hint of hesitation, you are her savior, so please. The guy further bowed down. Well, I guess this is what I get from getting involved. After separating with the guys, I went to Nonium's 4th floor. I immediately encountered a mummy. Since it surprised me at such a close range, I had to knock it down with taijutsu. When it turned into a pile of bandages, I used my recovery bullet to decimate it, though the sight of a drop wasn't present at all. Fumu. Confirming the situation, I further wandered around the dungeon. This time a pair of mummies appeared. The mummies slowly crept closer, though I noticed that the two mummies had a different walking pace, so I turned around and ran away. After one of the mummy chased up to me, I took out both of my guns and fired a penetrating bullet at it. I aimed at the perfect timing so as the penetrating bullet would pass through the head of the first mummy and afterwards blew off the second mummy's head. When the flesh of the mummies melted away, the bandages swirled down on the ground and entwined with each other. Around that area, I fired the recovery bullet and it extinguished. As expected, nothing dropped. After confirming the situation, I reached for the pouch from the left side of my lower waist and grabbed hold of it. Opening the pouch and looking through it, I saw that there are 5 things inside the pouch. Max HP upped by 1. Max HP upped by 1. Stamina upped by 1. Stamina upped by 1. Stamina upped by 1. Apparently the grains of ability up was called. The seeds was called into the pouch. During the time when I helped Princess Margaret on defeating the skeletons, and now the mummies that I defeated on the 4th floor, the total of 5 seeds was called into this pouch. This pouch item was dropped by the rogue slime sultan when I defeated it, and apparently the effects of this pouch is when I defeat an enemy and they drop something, the drop would immediately be sent into this pouch. Though it is similar to the effects of the collection box and the Pandora box, but there's one thing that is definitively different from the boxes, that is when an item is dropped, the drop would immediately be sucked inside the pouch. Thus we saw a scene of me that did not get a drop. This is an equipment that I'm grateful of. Up until now, whenever I tried to defeat rogue monsters inside the city, I had to find an extremely secluded area where not a single soul is present to defeat them in order to avoid suspicion, but now with this pouch I don't have to ever worry about that anymore. While I was thinking of various things, a mummy appeared. I instantly killed it and cleansed the bandages. Right after that the dropped item went inside the pouch that was upside down, and the seed landed on the ground. Stamina upped by 1. After picking it up my ability increased. It appears that if the item is transferred into the pouch without me touching it, it won't disappear. So if I were to use this pouch to carry all those seeds outside the city and turn them back into rogue monsters, I would save time in collecting more special bullets without relying on the collection box. I wonder if there's other way of using it. I was wondering whether if there are any other usage for this pouch. While pondering about it, I subconsciously defeated more mummies one after the other, and thus my stamina has finally increased from E to D. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 54. I felt refreshed as I opened my eyes to the morning bright light. Waking up to a fragrant scent, I fixed myself and walked to the living room. There, Emily was in the process of preparing our breakfast. Good morning, Yoda-san. Morning. What happened to Celeste-san? Morning. On the dining table, I could see Celeste sitting there like a wilted flower. She doesn't seem energetic, and would faint at any moment. Seems that her head is in pain. Disu. A headache. Did you fall sick? It's not like that, it's because of the magic storm. By magic storm, You mean that phenomenon that restricts users from using magic completely, without much energy? Celeste nodded to my answer. When a magic storm arrives, my head would become heavy and a stinging pain would come every so often. Ah. I know how you feel, as when during a low-pressure rainy days I would get extreme headaches. Is there any way to help you? Like maybe getting a medicine or something? It's alright. Once the magic storm subsides, this headache will automatically recover by itself. I see, Celeste answered as if it was obvious. If she herself said it, then I guess it must be so. I guess for someone like Celeste, who is a magician, when a magical storm hits the town, it's not just her not being able to use magic, but it would also worsen her physical health. Well then, I guess we should call off from venturing into the dungeon today. No, please don't, because of me. You can't do your usual routine. Don't worry about me. Rita-san and Emily can go on ahead as usual. Nah, since it's come to this, I said as I smiled at Celeste. Let's go find a real estate agent today. We have been delaying the search for a new home. If it's not for diving the dungeon every day, I would have went and inquired about a new home by now. In the morning I went to Nonium's 4th floor to increase my stamina from D to C. We wanted to head straight to a real estate agent after breakfast, but because Celeste still needed time to move around, I took the opportunity and went ahead to increase my ability first while waiting for her to be slightly better. Besides that, it was time I made use of my newly acquired pouch. Instead of defeating the mummies and using the seeds one by one, I would defeat the mummies one after the another, and only use them all up at the end. Calling upon the increased ability to the brain cell, even at level 1 I could continuously up my ability, like the time I was defeating the Hagu metal slime. DQ reference. Thus for the morning's earnings, in a completely different meaning, it felt good that the brain juice came out. When noon came, together with Emily and Celeste, we walked in the city. Because of the influence of the magical storm, a large amount of magicians are currently in the city. In the restaurants you could see things like the Magician's Day. Magicians visiting the restaurant would get 10 times the point, or even, if you come as a group, the magician gets to eat completely free of charge, etc. I guess they are also trying to get a profit from the magicians. To the only magic user, Celeste seemed to still be a little worn out. Are you sure you're okay? For the most part, I'm fine. Though I shouldn't push myself. I can still manage if it's just normal walking. If you say so. What's more, this time around we are able to use magic inside the city, so it isn't that painful. You're saying this is not as painful as before? Judging by the scale of the magic storm, there are 2 types. One is when you cannot use magic in the dungeon, and the other is when you cannot use magic both inside the city and in the dungeon. And judging by what Celeste had said, it seems that the scale this time was small, as she can still use a little of her magic inside the city. Though she still looked pale to me. After chatting with one another while walking, we finally arrived at an estate agent. When we went in, a familiar face arises. A young guy with a soft hip, Antonio, stood up and greeted us. Well, if it isn't Citizen, it has been a long time since we've last met. So what brings you here today? I thought of renting a new home. Oh, I see. Antonio smiled grimly while nodding. Then he looked at Celeste. She's our new companion. Thus we want a house that can fit 3-person inside. Yes, of course. Please come right here. Being led by Antonio with his business smile, we sat on a sofa for guests. After relaxing on the sofa, Antonio started speaking. Well then, what sort of requirements are you looking for this new house? The must-have requirement would be a 3 LDK, or more. Like, I want a house which has 3 bedrooms. Then I would also suggest having a house that has a guest room too. A guest room, huh? Yes, Celeste nodded in agreement, so I turned and looked at Emily instead. Emily looked at me while tilting her head with a question mark on top of her head. Of course we will be living together, but if someone were to come and stay overnight, we would want to brag about it too, that we have a guest room for them to sleep. I totally get what you're trying to say. I fully agree with Celeste's opinion. There are times when you just want to brag about Emily house, right? Or sometime in the future, if we were to invite a hooligan to our house, He or she will be reformed in no time. I wonder what would happen to if I were to bring an undead monster over. I'm sure it will be purified by a wave of purity immediately in that shrine-like house. That might be possible too. Celeste and I were nodding back and forth to each other. It wouldn't, Disu? Can the two of you please stop talking about weird stuff, Disu? Non. These aren't weird stuff, right, Celeste? Yes, Emily's healing is, without a doubt, the best in the world. You too. You're always making fun of me, Nano Desu. Emily, who thought she was being teased by us, was pouting slightly, though we were serious about it. By the way, how much is the cost? 300 K-Piro a month. I was immediately answered. As a basis, our current home is 150 K-Piro, so in order to move out, we need twice the amount. 300K. Isn't that a huge sum, Yoda-san? I don't think so. If the three of us were to hunt the parent-child slime with the highest efficiency in one cycle, we could probably get around 120 K-Piro. If you think about it, we can get 300 K-Piro if we work hard for a day. What's more, I looked at Celeste and Emily. I want the both of you to stay in a nice home, I earnestly answered. After hearing that, Celeste and Emily looked at me with surprise. Right now, the income of Rita family is being managed by me. The money that is being collected from selling the drop items, all of it is being sent to me. So when I mentioned about my earning, it's obviously the earnings of us three together. It is wrong that I don't return the earning that we have gained through our sweat and pain. What's more, this sum of money is earned together. We are using this money that we earn together for the sake of ourselves. That is all there is to it. Thank you, Rita-san. Thank you, Disu. I don't think I'm entitled for this gratefulness, since this sum of money is from the hard work of us three together. Well then, how about a property like this? Ugh. While I was trying to pay for the property to Antonio, suddenly, Celeste was pressing onto her forehead. What's wrong, Celeste? My head is a little. Your head? Is it due to the magic storm? From what I've heard, the magic storm would be much stronger starting from this afternoon. The scale is large enough that magic cannot be used in the city too, Antonio said as he frowned, knitting his eyebrows. Something like this can happen too, huh? Is that miss over there a magic user? Yeah. Wait, I wanna know, is there a house that when a magic storm hits, would not make your body worse? During our walk in the city, I saw a service for the Magician Day, and almost like a natural phenomenon, it changes the weather of a magic storm. So I was wondering, is that possible? As I asked, because it's such a day. What's more, it comes irregularly, and moreover it protrudes from your budget. Please let me see the property. Being led by Antonio, we are currently at the west side of Shikuro, where a 3-story isolated house is present. The first floor is like a garage where we can store a number of magic cart. The second floor is where the bathroom, kitchen and living room is, and the third floor is the bedroom where there's 3 of it. Twas was the floor plan. The floor plan was what we wanted, and what's more, my headache has subsided. Is that true? When we entered the house, the moment the door was closed, as if nothing had happened at all, Celeste became better. Wow, I can't believe there's a house with these effects. Are you sure you're alright, Disu? It's to the point where I was surprised myself. The person herself said so, to the point where her condition was scarily better. How is it? Is it to your liking? Antonio asked. It's perfect. How much is the rent per month, Disu? It's 400 K-Piro. Since it's using the latest technology of completely blocking off the effects of the magic storm, plus it is the same floor plan as required, so the price goes up by 30%. 400K. That is even for us. It's a bit. Then we'll choose here. Emily immediately frowned her eyebrows, and Celeste was also trying to quickly decline. Without being affected by their opinion, I made my decision. The two of them were shocked beyond belief, and the both of them looked at me with wide eyes. If this really cured your headache, then it's a cheap price to pay. As I said so, Celeste became teary as she looked at me. Rita-san. Thank you. With that, we have finally moved into a new house, and thus our house has been ranked up once more. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 55. On the next day, at the new house's living room, though we immediately moved into the new house, I could already feel the warmness wrapping around my body. Since our baggage didn't increase, we were still living our lives equally. Moreover, this feeling of warmth and security is similar to living with my grandma back in my hometown. As one would expect, Emily is a frightening creature. That's true, though I wonder what's different. If we were to count the tent, then this would be the fourth place we are living. Thus, since long before I've already given up on looking at the difference between all four of the houses. Even though you've been experiencing the longest, you still can't tell the difference. Looking at Emily, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen, Celeste sighed as she was troubled by it. I already gave up on this phenomenon. As long as Emily's around the house, it would be bright and warm. If she isn't, then it would just be a normal house. That's all. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Speaking of phenomenons, the magical storm is still going on. It's gonna continue strong as ever too for today. Celeste sighed, but this time for a different reason. She was disappointed at herself and mourned as she knew of her own powerlessness. I guess it's impossible to for today. Furthermore, my drops are all F, and with me not being able to use my magic at all, I'm truly useless. Don't mind, you should rest up during these situations. And isn't it really calm inside this house? Yeah. It's come to the point where I was surprised that this building can produce such calmness. Well, I'm glad. I guess it was worth renting this place then. Celeste opened her eyes wide as she was shocked at my words, and I wonder why immediately afterwards her cheeks would be dyed with red. Yeah, thanks. As I said, don't mind. Aren't you a fellow group of the Rita family? Yeah. As Celeste nodded and smiled gently at me. Since Celeste has fallen sick due to the magic storm, thus today I will be soloing. I first went to Nonium in the morning to increase my stamina from D to C. As I'd completely gotten used of dealing the mummies, which requires you to defeat it twice, I felt that it was much more relaxing to hunt inside the floor. Afterwards, I went to Tararu's first floor during the afternoon to hunt for bean sprouts as our daily income, though this was an even easier job compared to the previous one, but gradually I was starting to get bored of it. Since it can't be helped, I mixed in a few shots with some special bullets. Thus, in a technical method, for every 20 bodies I would use one special bullet to defeat them. Thus, with the continuation of defeating the slimes, I made use of the magic carts function and gotten a perfect total of 40k Pyro drop, then went back to Shikaro to sell them off. Yes, it's exactly 40k Pyro. Thank you. Wait, what? Have you realized? Looking at Elsa, who was an employee in the shop, she bitterly smiled as she handed over the money. Of course I would realized. Usually, when it was 40k Pyro, they would give me 4 notes of 10k Pyro. But today she gave me 3 notes of 10k Pyro, and 10 notes of 1k Pyro. Though nothing has changed, and I'm still getting my 40k Pyro. I'm sorry for complicating things, but recently the flow of money has decreased. I see, so that's why. Since there has been a case where they captured a corrupted governor who was governing the dungeon, and the production volume has been temporarily dropped. But since they have just convicted the previous governor guilty and elected a new one, thus as of right now, we have to wait for a while till the situation returns back to normal. I see. Wait a minute, the things you just said. There's a dungeon that drops money, that's correct? While Elsa was caressing her neck, a question mark popped up from on top of her head as she looked at me. Her expression clearly says, did I just hear something stupid? Because that's common sense. I see, so I guess even money is dropped from dungeon, huh? With the 10k and 1k Pyro bills that I just received, I took out some coins from my pocket. So I guess these money that we have been using was also being dropped from dungeons. Wait, doesn't that mean the country who was controlling this dungeon could just gain lots of money? Well, the money currency should work similar to our world. The country can't just be getting money left and right, the higher-ups must be controlling the money. I'm pretty sure it's the same with both worlds. No wonder she was talking about the person governing. Thanks, I'll drop by later. Yes, please come back again. As Elsa smiled and sent me off, I walked out of the store, while carefully storing the notes. I took out the largest coin, which is 500 piro, from my pocket, flipped it using my thumb and catch it midair. This is a dungeon drop, huh? Until now, I never wondered about it, but after knowing it now I thought that it was interesting. This world where everything is dropped in a dungeon is truly an interesting world. Dawn. Oh, I'm sorry. As I was thinking about it, without looking what's in front of me, I accidentally knocked onto someone, and the coin that I was playing around dropped and landed on the ground. The 500 piro coin then rolled away, so I was trying to stop it. Using my foot to step on it, I crouched down and picked the coin up from the ground, and at that moment, something came to mind. A flashing white light suddenly came across in my head. I almost lost the coin that I just dropped, and if I were to lose it, it will be gone from my palm and it would disappear from the owner. That means, rogue monster. Realizing it just now, I opened my eyes wide open. At the suburb of Shikaro, at a place where I often go to where not a soul is present. At that place, I left a 10k note on the ground. Moving away from it, I waited for a moment, and the note hatched into a rogue monster. It's a bird. It's a crow that is usually spotted in the city, but this black bird is 3 times the size of the usual crow. Then it suddenly flapped its wings, and flew away from the opposite of my direction. It's flying away at an astounding speed. I won't let you escape. I grabbed my gun and fired. The bullet flew straight at the bird. The bird that seemed to realize the bullet turned to the side and dodged it. Seems like its mobility is high. If that's the case, this time I switched to the homing bullet, and just in case I fired twice. The special bullet flew from both directions towards the bird, and the bird acrobatically dodged the bullets, but that did not stop the bullets as it was still homing onto the bird, and finally both the bullet hit its target. The bird died while airborne, and something dropped. I then went around looking at the place where it was last seen, and after finally finding it, I picked it up. This is a key. The item drop of the bird is apparently some sort of jewel-like object. That is a key. The rogue monster that came from the money has dropped a jewel-like object. This is probably the drop from the bird. As I was thinking, this is fine and all, but how do I use it? While staring at the key, I tried fiddling with it and lightly pulled it. Oh, some sort of voice appeared inside my head. The voice explained that the item is a special item, and also explained how to use it. Like this, according to what the voice said, I should twist it in the air like I normally do when opening a door. At that sudden moment, I was being flown to somewhere. Before that, I was at the outskirts of Shikaro. Now I'm suddenly inside a dungeon, like a temple, also like a ruin, and also a cave with wide area. Further away from me is a monster standing still. At first glance it looked like a girl, but looking at it in detail, it's clearly not human. The body is strangely pale and transparent, and it had no legs, so it was floating in midair. If we take Nonium's monster as undead type, then this would be a monster under the ghost type called Wraith. It seems that the key somehow teleported me into the special dungeon when I used it. Anyway, if it's a monster, I will first have to defeat it. Even I understood it, while leaving a smile at the corner of my mouth. This world, a world where even money is dropped in a dungeon, we can just treat these monsters as a real treasure box. I also did not expect to see such special type in any dungeons before, thus I was this fight anticipating too. The Wraith then lazily float towards me, and I intercepted it by firing my guns. The normal bullet, it went through it. The freezing bullet, it went through it. The flame bullet, it went through it. The recovery bullet, it went through it. The homing bullet, it went through it. Using the special bullets one after the another, though all of them phased through the Wraith, the last bullet was the restrained bullet. I fired at it and it worked. Right as the bullet was in front of the Wraith, it shone, and the light rope entangled the Wraith's body. Afterwards, the Wraith that was bounded by the light rope, its body was not transparent anymore. Immediately I fired a homing bullet. As I fired, from just now when the homing bullet would just phase through the body, now with it being bounded by the light rope, the bullet damaged the Wraith. The Wraith then let out a scream which a normal human being was not capable of doing. Seems like it's working now. While it was still being restrained, I switched to a normal bullet, and since it was extremely thin, I shot at it to the point where I realized that I was hitting from zero distance. The wraith continued screaming in agony, and after a while, as if none of these had ever happened, it vanished into thin air. What dropped was a glass bottle full of red liquid. When I picked it up, immediately I was brought back to the outskirts of Shikaro. Now I get it. Seems like this key lets me transport into the special dungeon once to defeat one monster. Well, earning that money, I turned that money into a rogue monster, and getting a key out from the rogue monster, I can use that key to get into a special dungeon. Although it was a really tiresome procedure, so I wonder if the effect would be worth the time. I placed the bottle near my mouth, and drank the red liquid all at once. I could feel the liquid going through my body, and some sort of effect has been activated. And so, the drop of vegetation will increase by 3 ranks for 10 minutes. This was different compared to the others. In a way, you could categorize this effect on a different category. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 56. Since I have lots of experiments I wanted to test out, I took out another 10k hero note and left it on the ground, then walked away from it. Speaking of, I remembered this would turn into a bird. Its speed was tremendously fast, so it would be a bother if I were to miss it. So in order to guarantee a defeat for that one note of 10k hero ... what should I do? After thinking for a while, something came to mind. Yosh, let's try that then. Thus, after finally confirming it, I walked away from the note to a far enough distance, with the distance just barely away where I can use my gun to fire. I waited there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As I whispered the countdown, the moment I counted down to 0, I immediately shot a normal bullet to the 10k hero note that hatched into a rogue monster. Yoshi. I fist bumped into the air as I managed to catch my target. I sort of have a timer in my body, which allowed me to get the timing right on leaving the item there and wait for the rogue monster to spawn. And that's how I line it up just right and fired my bullet just when the rogue monster spawned. If we're talking about pursuing efficiency, it's like accumulating all the monsters at a certain place and defeating them all at once. It's the same as that. As the rogue monster dropped another key, I picked it up and raised it to arm's length, and placing the keyhole into nothing, I twisted it. I was then flown into what seems to be the remains of a cave, and there the same type of wraith from before was there. I fired a restrained bullet at the wraith who was leisurely floating towards me, and while it was being restrained with its body, making it less transparent, I took that opportunity and jumped towards it and punched it. Though I won't say it's completely safe even when it was being restrained, but I wanted to know how tough the enemy was. It's tougher than a zombie but less than a mummy. After getting to know roughly how tough it was, I was satisfied with my little experiment. As the wraith vanished into thin air, a glass bottle with red liquid dropped, and picking that up I was returned back into the outskirts of Shikaro. And immediately I drank the red liquid. The drop of mineral will increase by 3 ranks for 10 minutes. This time the mineral drop will be increased by 3 ranks, though just now was vegetation, now it was mineral. I may need to investigate this further. After defeating the wraith, a blue liquid glass bottle dropped, and I immediately drank the whole bottle. The drop of vegetation will be increased by 1 rank for 10 minutes, was what I heard. After retrying it for a couple of times, I sort of understand the effects. First off, the big difference was there's 2 types of drop. The key that I get from the note, I would get an effect of randomly increasing one of the drops by +3 ranks. As for the key that I get from the coin, it will have the same random effect but this time increasing the drop by +1. Regardless of the value, the notes would be +3, and the coin would be +1, even with the same color. For example, if I drank the increase up for vegetation once and if there was another vegetation up bottle, I could distinguish the 2 of them. After understanding the effects of the drop, it was time to actually test the effects themselves. For that ... we need the strength of those girls. The next morning, Teruru Dungeon's front entrance. Emily, Celeste and I were in front of the entrance. Emily, who was immediately offered a new hammer, was holding onto it, whereas for Celeste the magic storm had just been subsided, thus her complexion was finally gone. What are we here for today, Nano? Emily, You still wearing that ring I gave you? Yes, Jisoo. How about the stats? Emily then went close to the know-it-all board, and skillfully operated it, then turned to the page where the drop stats were shown. 2/2. Vegetation D, +1. Animal Z, +1. Mineral Z, +1. Magic E, +1. Special item E, +1. Dash. Yep, it's indeed increased. Yes, Jisoo, though I've only heard of it. But there really is such effects. Okay, next up, can you please try on the pink sapphire bracelet together with that ring? I wanna see what happens. Yes, Jisoo. Emily, who equipped both the ring and the bracelet, once again operated the know-it-all board. 2/2. Vegetation D, +1. Animal Z, +1. Mineral Z, +1. Magic E, +1. Special item E, +1. Dash. It's the same, Jisoo. I guess the equipment's effect doesn't overlap with one another. Sadly, I guess we can't just equip a bunch of those rings and increase our drop tag. That would be perfect if that were the case. Well, on to the next one. Can you please drink this? TLN, please don't say that to any girl. I took out the red potion and handed it to her. Since I have drank it once before, I knew exactly what sort of effects it would increase if someone were to drink it. And then check the stats again, Jisoo? Yep. Without a hint of hesitation, Emily drank the red liquid in small gulps, and immediately afterwards a shocked expression was shown on her face. You heard it too? Yes, I heard something, Jisoo. But this ... it's real? That's what we're here for today, to test it out. Oh, I see, Jisoo. Emily, who grasped the understanding of why we're here today. On the other hand, Celeste was clueless as she did not drink the red potion. On the outside, Emily looked like she was fearfully, though she was actually anticipating while operating the know-it-all board. 2/2. Vegetation A, +4. Animal Z, +1. Mineral Z, +1. Magic E, +1. Special item E, +1. Dash. A. Amazing. My ... my drop has reached to add Jisoo. Knowing that the effects of the equipment and the potion could stack, Emily and Celeste were left speechless, and looked at me with eyes of admiration and respect. Tararu Dungeon, first floor. While holding on to her new hammer, Emily flew towards the direction of the slime. Emily was waiting for the encounter. Previously her tactic would be to attack at the gap after receiving an attack from the slime, but now that her level had gotten better, she could surpass the slime's speed and attack first. She then immediately rushed and swept her hammer from the side of the slime, knocking its body. The slime was co-ed after one hit, and died. Bon. And from the slime, many bean sprouts dropped. It appeared, Jisoo. Let's try the next one. Yes, Jisoo. Then, whenever Emily would see a slime, she would defeat it while moving along. As for Celeste and I, we were pushing the magic cart while picking up the bean sprouts. That's amazing. It's dropping 90% of the time. If it is this sort of percentage ... then I wonder if it was really an A drop. I know that the potion medicine is a consumable item, but how much was it? Nano? One bottle is just 10k Pyro. But in order to defeat it I have to use a specific bullet, so it's different. Well, the cost is 10k Pyro. Yep. That's right. Is that so, Nano? Just by using 10k Pyro you could get a 10-minute drop rate up. That itself is awesome, but hunting would be awkward. I thought so when watching Emily hunt. What's more, Celeste watched Emily with a serious expression. If you want to demonstrate its real effect, then wouldn't it be better if you were to use it when a rare monster were to appear? I see. It's a common play to use a drop rate up before a rare or boss fight. If you could just increase it to, and the enemy is a rare. Dash. What's more, 10k Pyro is considered cheap. Celeste and I nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, we found a way to use the effect. Anyway, Rita-san is truly amazing, huh? That you can do something like this. Since there were other adventurers around us, Celeste said it without revealing anything. I have explained about my drop rate of S when she joined the Rita family. She was way too surprised when she heard about it, but afterwards she hurriedly asked, was it alright to say it to someone like me? Thus I replied with, keep it a secret, okay? But I'm pretty sure Celeste wouldn't leak out my secret, so it's alright. The moment I met Rita-san, It's been nothing but surprises from you. I was also shocked of myself every day. But it's fun too. That's the same for me too. Celeste and I both smiled. You also want to try it too, Celeste? Me too? As I nodded, I took out the red potion and handed it over to Celeste, and we went nearby the know-it-all board. Celeste tilted her little head whilst drinking the potion, and then checked on the know-it-all board. 2/2. Vegetation C, +3. Animals F. Minerals F. Magic F. Special item F. Dash. This is me, Celeste said as she turned speechless, as she was always called, Final F, for having all her drop being F. Thus she would occasionally leak out the fact that her own drop rate was inferior to others. But when she saw that her drop had increased to C, she was utterly speechless. For example, if Emily were to be like that and saw it, even though she would understand it in her head, but she can't stop from surprising herself. Let's try defeating some slimes, though the drop would be normal. Drop. I can get drop from monsters. Celeste was overwhelmed. It was as if these sorts of things never occurred to her before. Well, let's try. Then use this no desu. Emily who out of nowhere came back, and pulled out the ring and handed it to Celeste. This ring is given to Emily from Rita-san, right? This ring that I received from Yoda-san Rita-san was our entire family's income no desu. What's more, it feels extremely good wearing it. Celeste-san should try it out to no desu. Emily then further pushed the ring towards her. Celeste, with a troubled face, looked at me. I guess I was also perplexed by Emily's offer sometimes. As expected of Emily. What does that mean? That's how it is. So Celeste, just listen to Emily and try it on. Well then, after wearing the ring, Celeste went and touched the know-it-all board. 2/2. Vegetation B, +4. Animal Z, +1. Mineral Z, +1. Magic E, +1. Special item E, +1. While being puzzled for a moment by her drop rate that went up to B, she swallowed her saliva, and made an eye of determination. At the same time a slime got up, from the ground, from the walls, and from the ceiling. It's as if the cave itself is giving birth to it, and 5 slimes appeared at the same time. Phew, inferno. As soon as they spawned, Celeste used her level 3 big magic and burned the slimes. The range magic swallowed the slimes whole, and burned them to smithereens. Right afterwards, Popon, for having a drop B her level was considered lucky, because all 5 of the slimes dropped bean sprouts. It dropped desu, as expected, though it cannot be compared to Emily with her drop being A. Yes desu, but I'm glad no desu. Good for you, right Celeste? Celeste had a blank stare on her face, and was looking straight at the dropped bean sprouts. Eventually she gradually looked up at us, and with a grinding sound she immediately ran after us. Rita-san, Emily. All of a sudden she jumped straight to us. Thank you Rita-san. Thank you too, Emily. Congratulations no desu. Thank you sniff. Really thank you. Celeste went crying and hugged us, and repeatedly thanked us over and over again. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 57. Nonium 4th floor. As usual, I was doing my daily routine of hunting mummies here. I was accustomed to the work of defeating the mummies, and cleansed the remaining bandages with my recovery bullets, and afterwards increasing my ability by picking up the dropped stamina up seeds. The fact that I was slowly getting used to the dungeon, I steadily hunted the mummies, and when noon came, my stamina increased from C to B. The only thing left was to use the collection box to obtain more special bullets, was what I thought when a chill suddenly ran down my spine, and I felt a tremendous glare being directed at me. This bloodthirst, it must be the dungeon master. I hurriedly take out my guns that I holstered a moment ago and went to the direction of that bloodthirst. When I arrived at that location, a prey was there. The small-size prey with her prideful bunny ears and bunny suit was standing there. Out of nowhere the girl was standing beside me and immediately caught hold of my arms. What are you trying to do, Eve-san? Carrot or alive? You never fail to say such dangerous things. Carrots or alive? While a gnawing sound was heard, the bloodlust can be felt once again. Having a resentment towards food is bad. Thus, I gave up as to not go against Eve. Tararu Dungeon's second floor. I defeated a ton of drowsy slimes and collected huge amount of carrots. With that, I handed it over to Eve. This time I didn't bring my magic cart with me, but just by looking at it, the amount is roughly 100 Gapiro worth of carrots. With that mountain load of carrots, Eve was chewing at it like a small animal. The killing intent that was there a moment ago had all of a sudden been replaced with a smiling face. My bad, because I was away from Shikaro for a while. I've heard of it from Clint. Clint. It's the name of the dungeon chief. Yeah. I was helping him on a request, so I'm sorry that I can't give you any carrots at that time. Don't mind, because there's carrot now. Eve was gnawing at the carrots. For some reason the act of her chewing on the carrots were cute, so I subconsciously looked at her. Eve, who noticed that I was staring at her, quickly stood up and tried to hide the mountain of carrot, though the amount was too much that she couldn't hide it with her small body. I won't hand over any carrots. I won't take any, so just eat it. Somehow, my tone of voice was gentle, and with that Eve resumed in chewing on her beloved carrots, and while looking at her, something popped up in my mind. Now that I think about it, if I'm not mistaken, you have friends, right? I'd also recently started making friends and ended up creating my own real family. I broke up with them. Broke up? Why? We had a mismatch with dungeons. Aren't you guys a band? As I subconsciously tsukumi her, Eve answered me with a serious face. Things like these happened often. There are those who want to be an adventurer, and those who just want a stable income. Those who just wants to stay at the same dungeon over and over again, and those who wants to dive into different kinds of dungeon, and also those who wants to stay at the same city, and those that wants to explore different cities and explore different types of caves. That makes sense. If you think about it, it is common that people have different style in exploring the dungeon. That's how it is. Then what was the mismatch with your party? There was a new girl that joined our party, and the guys all followed the girl's wish. Doesn't that sound more like a princess crashing onto somebody else's circle? Again I made a magnificent tsukumi to her. I won't dwell any further, because even if I don't know about it, I could sort of guess it. While I was thinking about it, Eve flattened out the carrots in no time. Clearly the size of her body could not fit in all those carrots, but in a matter of seconds she gobbled up that entire mountain of carrots. Did you seriously finish up all those? Do you think I would leave any behind? Eve was holding the last remaining carrot, which was already halfway into her mouth as she chewed it all up. Carrots are something to be eaten cleanly. No, that's not the problem right now. The problem right now is the amount. Thanks for the meal. You're welcome. I hate low-level people, she said as she chopped me with her hand. Though judging from what I remember, for some reason the chop this time around was gentler than before. Because of carrots and peace, I couldn't use my strength. I got a feeling something was mixed in somewhere. Well anyways, though I know that Eve would always get the carrots from me, but why don't you just hunt them by yourself? Eve, who did not answer, brought me straight to the know-it-all board and operated it. 2/2, Vegetation D, Animal A, Mineral E, Magic C, Special Item C, C, because my vegetation drop is at D, so even if I were to hunt them by myself it wouldn't have tasted good. Wait. If you had that sort of drop, then why are you in Shikaro right now? Because there's carrots here. There must have been a misunderstanding. Because of that I've somehow earned the title of the carnivorous bunny. That's because your animal drop is A. I seriously wonder why she came to Shikaro for. I don't think that she would love carrots to the point of coming here though. While looking at the know-it-all board, I realized something. Eve, please drink this. I took out the red potion and handed it over to her. Is it carrot juice? Stop thinking about carrots only. Wait, you don't have to get away from carrots though. So which is it? You'll understand once you drink it. Eve stared hard at me for a moment, then started drinking the potion. Phew, you heard it right. What's the meaning of this? Operate the know-it-all board again and find out yourself. With a surprised expression, Eve nodded and once again operated the know-it-all board. 2/2. Vegetation A. +3. Animal A. Mineral E. Magic C. Special item C. Dash. A. My vegetation drop is now A. With that, dash, I'll finally become a herbivore vegan bunny. Weren't you a herbivore to begin with? Anyway, just try defeating a slime now. Eve nodded and ran around finding for a slime. Immediately she found a drowsy slime that drops carrots. Phoo. As always, how do you use your karate chop to shatter the monsters into dust? While bitterly smiling, I once again praised at the fact that she could do something with just a karate chop. And by defeating the drowsy slime, carrots were dropped. Eve picked those up and chew it. Delicious. It is not tough and it's quite chilling. And it also has a moderately sweet and refreshing aftertaste. Are you a gourmet or something? This is carrots. Yeah, no, it's definitely carrots. A drop D carrot cannot compare to this carrot. Eve cut me off. Well, it's certainly true that the status of the drop doesn't only define the quantity of the drop, but also the quality of the drop. Eve then went ahead and karate chopped another drowsy slime into dust, and it turned into carrot. She then took the carrot and chewed it, and showed a blissful look. Delicious. I'm glad to hunt it by myself and eat it for myself. A private power generator. So you're okay with producing something for your own consumption. After eating her own carrot, she went to the closest know-it-all board and operated it, and there she turned to the page where the status of drop was. The +3 rank that made her drop tag. For some reason she was staring alternatively with me. Afterwards, she got down to the ground doji with a flowing movement. Please let me join you. To the point where you need to do a doji. If that's not enough, I can pay you through my body. Don't start stripping now. It's too perverted when the top of your bunny suits goes boing. If that's still not enough, I can pay you with my ears. Why are you blushing over that? How is it more embarrassing than stripping? Please let me join your team. If you let me join your team, I will let you do anything with me, Eve said with an incredible machine gun-like speed. To join my team, the reason was clearly for my red potion, more like I thought she would have done it earlier in order to get carrots out of me, so this was kinda refreshing. Fine, you can join. I love low level, Eve said as she jumped for joy and hugged me while repeatedly saying she loves me. Rather than befriending her, it's more like I've gained a rabbit to feed now, thus I bitterly smiled. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 58. Really important note. The stamina in this entire novel is actually describing about the endurance. I apologize about the mistranslation, as at that time they did not dwell so much in explaining each status. What is the meaning of this potion? Let's see. Since you're with us now, I guess I can teach you about it. To answer Eve's question, I brought her close to the know-it-all board and operated it. There I showed her my second tab's status. 2/2. Vegetation S, Animal S, Mineral S, Magic S, Special Item S, dash. Eve, who was standing beside me, moved closer to see my status. Afterwards she looked at me with her small head and tilted her head, making her bunny ears flop to the side too. S, as you can see my drops are all S, which is 1 rank higher than A, and because of this status I was able to get a lot of items that others couldn't obtain. I see. You were convinced easily, because your carrot is way better than mine, thus convinced. So you take the carrots as a standard, huh? While bitterly smiling, I thought that it was just like Eve. After regaining my thoughts, I continued explaining. For example, that potion you took just now, there are other types of item that I have shown you before. Those were from the drops of monsters that I've gotten because of my drop being all S. Oh, I see. And I only tell this secret to my friends, so please keep it a secret, okay? I got it, Eve said as she showed a really serious expression while nodding. Well, she seemed like the type that doesn't talk often, so I can't trust her. Though I told her to keep it a secret, But what is with this seriousness? But I immediately understood why. I'll absolutely not tell anyone, even if this body is torn to pieces and spreaded to dungeons all over the world. That is a heavy determination. You don't have to go that far to keep my secret. It's for the carrot's sake. She's amazing, though in a completely different way as I thought. Being heard by Eve's determination, she once again looked at my status at the know-it-all board. What's wrong? For your abilities, HP being S and endurance being B. Is S really better than A? Didn't I just said that a moment ago? After looking at my status for a while, Eve looked towards me and gave me a karate chop. A pecky sound was made. Why so sudden? Are you gonna say low-level hate again? Without answering me, Eve went to a side of the wall and chop it. Then, one part of the wall crumbled and turned to dust. It cracked. No wait, it was slashed. No wait, that's not it either. It's just one part of it being crumbled to dust. After that, she once again looked at me. Sturdy, was what she responded. Was that the strength you put into when you chopped me just now? In about 1 second I chopped 100 times. Are you a high-frequency cutter or something? Wait, then don't do it on people. But you're sturdy. Well, it didn't really hurt that much. Maybe if your endurance becomes S, then it wouldn't hurt at all. I was shocked by Eve's casual words. She said, noon came. Inside of Shikuro's city. As to team up together with Celeste and Emily, I was currently waiting at the city. Thank you for the hard work, Yoda-san. What should we do today? Should we dive into the 6th floor of Turaru? Sorry, let me act on something different for today. While clasping both my hands together, I bowed down deeply. A different matter. What does that mean? I have something to do today. Something to do. Is that something important? Even more important than diving into the dungeon. Okay, Desu. Against the confusing Celeste, Emily immediately accepted it and agreed. Leave this to me, no Desu. Thank you, Emily. And sorry, Celeste. Oh, I know. I'll leave this vegetation drop-up potion to you girls. I handed the red potion to the two of them, and turned my back towards them and rushed away. I have something I need to do. While having thoughts on how to complete it, I was running with my full strength. After Rita up and left, it was just Emily and Celeste. Although Celeste was showing a troubled and a half-depressed expression, Emily had a gentle smile floating around her mouth as she looked at Rita disappearing into the crowds while waving at him. He just went away. Was that okay, Emily? Without even asking, why did you just let him go? It's the usual, Yoda-san. Desu. Whenever Rita-san has something he wants to do, he would always put up that face. Desu. Doesn't it make you want to support him too? No Desu. That is. Certainly he is the coolest in the world. When Emily said so, Celeste was blushing really hard, and with an embarrassed expression she looked at the place where Rita left just a moment ago. Rita-san, who made that face. Wanting to do something. Alright. Celeste, who wanted to chase after Rita, who just left, was caught in the arms by Emily and detained her. No interfering with Yoda-san now, no Desu. But he might need our help, hence why. If he needs our help, Yoda-san would have asked us already. Desu. Since he didn't say anything about needing our help and asked us to head to the dungeon first so we don't have to help him. Desu. Let go of me, Emily. Please let me go with him. No means no. No Desu. Let me go, please. Celeste, who was begging like a little child, wanted to go with him, but Emily was firmly gripping on her arms, and dragged her into the dungeon with her. Nonium's 4th floor, as usual, a dungeon with nobody in it. The moment I stepped foot into the dungeon, I was immediately greeted with a mummy, and I grasped hold of its throat, and pounding it against the wall as I was squeezing onto its throat. After a while the head loosened up, and the mummy was defeated. The insides of the mummy evaporated, and when the bandages remained, I immediately shot a recovery bullet. I extinguished the bandages while it was still shaped like a human figure. Then a seed dropped and my endurance was up by 1. I then searched for the next monster. Further away from me I saw a mummy. I shoot a penetrating bullet at it, and later timing it slightly after I fired a recovery bullet, and at that moment I was also dashing towards it to shorten the distance. The mummy's head that was penetrated by the bullet was defeated, and afterwards the bandage was cleansed, and just when the seed dropped I reached in time to pick it up to increase my endurance. While I was hunting inside Nonium, my tension is at a maximum level, because I wanted to hurriedly increase my endurance. With that high tension I was hunting down the mummies, and calculating the fastest way on the spot to defeat the mummies. And thus for the entire afternoon, as a result of rampaging inside the dungeon, my endurance went up from B to, and then from A to S in one shot. After exiting the dungeon, I went to the only know-it-all board that Nonium had to confirm my abilities. 1/2, level 1 HP, S MP, F Strength, S Endurance, S Intelligence, F Mentality, F Speed, S Dexterity, F Luck, F Dash. Even though my level is still at a level of 1, but my endurance has finally reached S. After confirming that, I once again went back into the dungeon, Nonium's first floor, the floor where Skeleton loves to surprise people, and immediately I encountered a skeleton. Usually I would have immediately taken it down, but this time I stood there doing nothing at all, and I even put both my hands inside my pocket. Pecky, was what I felt when being hit. The skeleton's attack, though it's not as if I did not feel anything at all, but the pain was like being hit by a kindergarten child. And once again standing still, yep, no matter how many times it attacked me, it did not hurt at all. Then I walked forward, and the skeleton was chasing after me while not attacking it at all. Since Nonium doesn't drop anything for other adventurers, nobody frequent on this dungeon, so I encountered another skeleton. Together with that skeleton, both the skeleton from before and right now was hitting me left and right. Pecky pecky, pecky pecky. As I expected, it doesn't hurt. Just in case I evaded one of its attack. The skeleton that was attacking me landed its attack on the ground. Yep, that's a rather heavy attack, but, pecky pecky, it had completely no effect on me. With my HP and endurance being S, if I was in a game, then this would mean I'm just taking 1 damage from a monster each hit. Without defeating the skeletons I continued moving onwards, from 2 to 3, from 3 to 4, and from 4. The skeletons were gradually increasing, eventually they were grouping up while attacking me. When it became to about 20 of them, it was to the point where they were surrounding me, thus I could not move forwards anymore. Even so it did not hurt at all. I was still in a state of continuously receiving an endless attack of 1 damage. While being attacked by a mob of skeletons, I was thinking on how I can use this power on something else. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 59. Turaru Dungeon, 6th floor. Inferno. Celeste, who used her fire magic, burned the 2 slimes. The 2 slimes was in the shape of a balance ball with their bodies dyed in pink. One of the slimes that was burning jumped out of the range of the flame, and the other one melted and vanished just like that. Coo, Celeste groaned. The reason was because the slime that escaped split into 2. The slimes had the same exact size and color, similar to the ones before. What's more, the slime that was damaged by the magic, the moment it split itself into 2, the both of them as if untouched, was healed up into full health. It was Turaru Dungeon 6th floor's rare monster, a dot. I see, so that's what happens. If you can't defeat the 2 of them together, and left one of them alive, it will just keep reviving itself, and when it revived itself the damage that they took will be reset. Even though Celeste did not manage to defeat them, she still explained the information she'd gotten in advance. That information was for me, Emily, and the newly joined Eve to listen. So no matter how many times you defeat it is a no-no. I think the world record of repeatedly defeating it was 666 times. Then they gave up. Even though the drop of the monster is its life, I can't believe they could get to that amount. More like I sort of admire them. So we just need to defeat them together, though that's the case. But every time it revives the HP will differ. Wait just a moment. I took out both my guns and fired at the 2 of the slimes. The bullet that I fired was a normal bullet, and both the bullets landed at almost the same exact time. One of the shots went through the slimes and it was blown to pieces, but one of them looked like it was grazed. Afterwards, as if nothing happened, it revived and was healed completely. Quite the problem. What should we do, Rita-san? Fumu. Emily. Celeste, Eve. With this lineup in our team, he grasped hold of their fighting power and thought of a plan. I went towards the pink-colored sister slime. At the same time, the slime jumped at me and landed on me. When it hit me, it jumped back towards the location it was just now. Inside this outdoor cave, one of the woods was knocked down, and the woods that had fallen landed on some rocks and crushed the rocks into pieces. From what I've experienced, the feeling of the pain reminded me of being whacked by a plastic bat. Again the slime jumped and hit my body, though I continued moving forward, and putting strength into my abdominal muscles. I ran straight ahead. With my HP and endurance being S, I ignored the 1 damage from the slime and moved onwards like a tank. The slimes then continued jumping and hitting me. At last, I cornered the slimes on a corner of a wall. Celeste and Emily, you move to the left, Eve to the right. While shouting, Celeste would use her fire bullets, bicorn horn, and continuously shoot at the left slime. And immediately right behind me, Emily and Eve both jumped from my left and right side. Emily spun her hammer around above her head and slammed it down, whereas Eve with her bunny ear and tail lifted her hand up and chopped the slime. While judging the conditions of the 2 slimes, I allocated my team's attack. At the same time, the pink-colored sister slime fled. Without splitting or resetting its damage, we finally managed to defeat the troublesome rare monster. We did it, Yoda-san. We did it together. Unfortunately, it did not drop any carrots. Well, the drop of sister slime isn't carrots to begin with. When we defeated the rare monster, nothing dropped because the one who last hit it was either Emily or Eve. Either way, we didn't get any drop. But Yoda-san was cool just now, Disu. The figure of Yoda-san cornering the slime into the wall was cool, Disu. I also thought so too. The appearance of you doing that was really COO. It was like assaulting a woman. Phew. Without letting Celeste finish of her sentence, Eve cut her off and answered, WH. What do you mean by assaulting a woman? It's like cornering the sisters into a wall and not letting them escape. When you picture it that way, it does remind me of that. No, Desu, it doesn't. Okay, it's not the same as assaulting woman. Without thinking, I shouted, Eve's way of thinking is too inappropriate. I need to somehow change the topic. That's right. Isn't Eve's timing a little off just now? It's like you're slowly attacking it, Desu. It wasn't slow. This is when I'm not attacking. Eve shook her right hand, demonstrating a motion of moving up and down. It was like a traffic control doll they put at a construction site. That is the normal one. It's sort of slower. It's similar when you chop my head. A 100 out of 100% is like this. It became really slow. If it hits, it's about 200 chops per second. It is seriously too fast that the eyes could not catch the movement. Don't worry. I won't use it on low level, though I would like you to stop calling me that. But thank you. I don't have an interest in finding out how powerful a 200 chops per second was going to feel. Suddenly, I saw Celeste staring at Eve. She was somewhat fidgeting as if she had something to say to her. Oh yeah, I forgotten to introduce her to you all. Her name's Eve. She will be part of our team from now on. You've mentioned that before we dive into the dungeon though. That's fine and all, but what? Celeste must be curious of something. Was it because you don't like it when I abruptly decide on things? That's not it. The one who has the final decision should be Rita-san, so that's not it. Again Celeste was fidgeting around. Really, what is she worried about? Finally, as if she brought out her courage, she asked Eve. What do you think of Rita-san? I love low level. Love. For some reason Celeste seemed like she took a huge damage and was shocked. While in terror, it looks as though a huge lightning had struck behind her back as she fell to the ground in all fours. Because he's the god of carrot. I won't hand over the carrot from low level. Even if you were to give me the entire world's gold, I won't give so much as a root of his carrots. As I said, I do not need such huge determination. As usual, it's Eve. While bitterly smiling, I looked at the direction where Celeste was standing. Well, just as you heard, this girl really loves carrots. I lost. On what? My voice was loud enough as I tsukumi her. Even though I don't know what she lost, but Celeste was doing a ORZ pose inside the dungeon. Eve, who was enthusiastically rubbing her nose, defeated Celeste. Beside them, Emily told them as per usual. Though it's sort of a waste, Jisoo. If Yoda-san were to hit it last, then we would have gotten a drop from the rare monster. No, it's okay in the 6th floor. Why is that so, Jisoo? Emily, who was shocked. I took out a piece of memo from my breast pocket. It had a sort of flowery smell attached to it, and a cute handwriting was displayed inside the memo. I got it from Elsa. It was the list of rare monster drops that they haven't gotten for the Harvest Festival. The one selling the highest is the one on the 7th floor. I see now, no decidog. Shall we go then, Jisoo? As Emily said, she looked at the three of us. With the first experience of the four of us fighting as Eve just joined, our fighting power has once again increased. Frankly, we have become strong because we formed a party. If that's the case, I looked at the three of them, and together with Celeste, who recovered from her ORZ while sighing, the three of them looked back at me. Let's go. To the 7th floor we dive. The three of them nodded as they followed. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 60. Tararu Dungeon, 7th floor. Though it had the same scenery as the 6th floor, with trees and tall grass spreading till the eyes could see, but the only difference is that it was snowing. Snow? Inside a dungeon? It's a dot. Whenever you defeat a monster and nothing drops, it'll either be air or water, right? Thus, in some rare cases, as the structure of the dungeon changes gradually, some of them turn to snowfalls. Now that you say it, there is indeed water being absorbed from the ground. I see. It was kind of interesting. I reached my hand out to catch a snowflake. The moment the snowflake touched the palm of my hand, it melted away. It's not cold. That's because the snow is created based on the nutrients and magical power of defeated monsters in this dungeon. TLN. Morbid. So it's not the temperature. Floors that have this dungeon snow phenomenon could be strengthened by adventurers and monsters, because they could absorb the nutrients and the magical powers into their bodies. Hey, as expected of Celeste, you seem to know a lot. It's not that great or anything. Yay, I was praised. As Celeste's voice became weaker and weaker, her face became brighter and brighter. Thus, together with her, Emily and Eve, we continued exploring the dungeon, and encountered a familiar-looking group. It's an elderly man with a young guy and girl in a team. When we saw them, they've just defeated a monster, and the elderly man picked up the dropped onions and threw it into his magic cart. You did it. I'm burning with emotions right now, Captain. The elderly man was indeed touched and tears were flowing down his cheeks. And the onions that were looking at such elderly man were more fired up than when I first met them. Though their appearance were battered and there were injuries everywhere, it seemed like they were pushing themselves again. There were times when it was terrible, and there were times when it was tough. There were also times when you've gotten nothing when you defeated a monster. There were also times when you could not defeat it and let it escape. I know that you were very disappointed. It was very frustrating for you all. But I completely understand how you feel, Captain. I too have the same feeling. When you were all frustrated, I too was frustrated with you. But I just couldn't say it. If I were to say it in front of you all, it would have been the end of your career. Tears were flowing even more on the elderly man's cheeks as he gradually started crying really loudly. Captain also had it tough. Don't care about what I think. It's about you all. In difficult times, you were able to grow stronger from it, and you accomplished what you came for. To that I'm extremely happy about it. I'm so glad that I met you lots. Captain. No, we are also happy that we've met you. We were happy that you brought us along too. The tears of the elderly man touched the hearts of the two Yunjins, and they were all hugging each other. Since we didn't want to bother such sightings, we immediately slipped past them. The saying, brainwashing complete, suddenly floated on top of my head. This reminded me of something that happened in the past. Let's hunt adequately for today, so it doesn't matter if we were to meet the rare monster or not. Yes, Jisoo. Should we have dinner together? I saw a place where there are plenty of light to sit down and have a drink. Of course, together with Rita-san. I'll go back to the 2nd floor. I want to be surrounding by carrots when I sleep. Emily, Celeste, and Eve. Yoda-san. A monster appeared. Jisoo. The moment Emily's voice was heard, We immediately got worked up. Inside the dungeon that was snowing, we've encountered a slime that had not much changes, though it was rather big in size. Thus, I head on first as I was the tanker in the group. I sprint towards the slime and kept a fair distance while taking out my dual guns and shooting it with a penetrating bullet. The bullet penetrated the slime, but it wasn't defeated. If that's the case, I flew towards it, and with my entire strength I launched out a right straight jab. Subconsciously I let out my voice. The straight jab that I unleashed did not seem to have a response. This time I took my two guns and once again relentlessly fired, and shot all the bullets that I loaded. Though, it didn't work. It's the same as when I used the penetrating bullet and it didn't have any effect on it. So I thought I should use the penetrating bullets. But this time it just passed through it. What's going cool? Immediately afterwards the slime counter-attacked me. Since it was at such close range I guarded the attack with my arms, and I instantly flew back. My arms were shaking. The damage was even painful than the parent-child slime on the 6th floor. It might also be the influence of the dungeon snow. That's no good, Rita-san. You can't defeat A. What do you mean? When the guts slime is going to instantly die, it will become invincible. So whoever is fighting it and was going to last hit it, it would not receive any damage at all. So it's necessary to slowly shave of its health before dealing it. Yep, as Celeste said, she took out the bicorn horn and fired out small pellet of fire bullet. The gut slime that wasn't defeated by my repeated fire of bullets was defeated just like that. Amazing. It was defeated Disu. It's a floor where solo is forbidden. There are floors like this every so often. Emily and Eve was mumbling to themselves. That's the gist. So you can leave this floor to us. It's best for Rita-san when you can only deal instant kill skills. If you put it that way, then I guess it can't be helped. And thus the three of them were walking inside the snow. Somehow when I was observing our surroundings, I noticed there were two types of adventurers. One of them was normally hunting down monsters and picking up the drops and putting it inside the magic cart. It's the adventurers that are finding a stable income. And the other one of them ignored the guts slime, and was finding something specific with an eye of a prey. They're probably aiming for the rare drop for the Harvest Festival. Aim it to win big, was what they're doing. Those adventurers that slipped past the guts slime and turned aim towards our party. Emily jumped towards it with her hammer spinning round and round, and with a loud shout she swung her hammer. The slime that was flying halfway. At the same time Emily took a hit. Emily, please deal the last hit Disu, Emily shouted as she was slightly away from the slime. Thus I took out both my guns and fired both of them. First, I fired a recovery bullet to Emily, and fired a normal bullet at the slime. As Emily was being healed, multiple onions dropped from where the slime was. Are you alright, Emily? Yes, Disu. What's more, we did it. No, Desu. That's right. If you know the method of dealing with it, it isn't really a tough opponent. Though if you were to solo, then it would become impossible in this floor. Onions. Does Eve-chan also like onions, Disu? If it's put with carrot, then yes. The opponent doesn't seem to be a human. TLN. Confused. Love. Don't say it with a red face, please. Then let's have curry for dinner, Disu. Potatoes with onions, and also sliced carrots to make a wonderful curry. No, Desu. Sliced carrots. Eve, who was thinking about it, had saliva coming out from her mouth, and Emily, who saw that, hurriedly wiped them off from her mouth. The pride and joy of her bunny ear with her bunny suits was drooling in large quantity. It was a rather surreal sight. Let's make them together, Disu. Leave it to me. Cutting is my forte. The moment Eve said that, she chopped the onions in a high tilde. Tears are coming out, Disu. Sorry. When Eve chopped the onions into pieces, Emily, and Eve herself, was tearing up like crazy. What were they even doing? As I thought so, I subconsciously laughed too. Do you like curry too, Seal? Dangerous. At the same time she shouted, and something came from my side and attacked. The impact of the shock thrust me into the ground and dust were raised around. Yoda-san. Carrot. I'm alright. And please change the way you call me, okay? I jumped up from the ground. The sudden surprise attack that I received was still lingering around the side of my abdomen. Immediately from beside me I heard someone clicking his tongue. When I look at that direction, It was the adventurers with a goal in mind that had a regrettable face. When I turned around, there was a different slime at the post high-in I was at just now. It was the rare monster of the 7th floor. What a bunch of lucky bastards. As the adventurers said so, they had a defiant expression. I see. I was surprised attacked by the monster, and they had a regrettable expression as now we have the right to the monster. Well, I guess you can say this is all about luck. Though I was slightly sorry to those bunch of people, but they went back to their positions. Before I attack it, I should hear from Celeste first. So how do we defeat this monster? Leave it to me. I grasp hold of its endurance, Eve said as she flew towards it. Grasp hold of it? I've done this before. It's something like this. Eve released her chop. The speed was slower compared to when she attacked me, and was slightly faster when she was using her full strength, and with that chop she hit it on top of the head of the slime and cracked its head. The slime, who looked like a pomegranate, tried to counterattack Eve by smashing her, but Eve already escaped. It's open. I pulled the trigger of my gun. The normal bullet went straight at the rare monster and hit it, and tears were coming out from the eyes of the slime. There came a huge drop of tear coming out from the slime, and when it landed on the ground the slime also disappeared. The tear then hardened. Seems like this jewel is its drop. When you equip it, it seems that you can reflect 1 damage. Hey, the 7th floor's rare monster. Its drop was sort of interesting and I can't wait to test it out. I felt like trying out the effects together with my stats of HP and endurance. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 61. Turaru Dungeon, 7th floor. Very important notice. Level 1 guy is about to get its light novel adaptation. Cheers. Now we await for the front cover where I can finally put a picture and see how smart Yoda-san looks. 3. And also how Emily looks too. Anyways, enjoy this chapter. Turaru Dungeon, 7th floor. Dungeon snow. Amidst the snowy floor, we've encountered a guts slime. Seeing the picture-perfect scene of the monster in such situation, I took out my dual gun and fired the penetration bullet. The shot landed on the slime and it cracked into a crescent moon shape, and the following attack would not work again on the slime. Here you go, Nano Desu. Thanks. Emily handed me the tier of slime that we've gotten from the rare monster just a moment ago, and casually walked closer to the slime. The half-cracked slime jumped at me, and as it landed onto my body, at that moment, the moment it landed onto my body, the slime was knocked away. Then, the slime disappeared and their onions dropped, thus concluding my experiment as it was a success. Because I was trying to test something, Emily, Celeste, and Eve was behind me, keeping a fair distance to protect me if something were to happen. Thus, after the experiment was complete, they came closer to me. I see. If you were to use this item, you can indeed solo the 7th floor by yourself. First I would activate the slime's special abilities, then when it tries to counterattack me I would just use the item, since the enemy is already at 1 health to begin with. But this technique can only be used by you. Well, yeah, you would need to take a huge hit every time you try to use this method. If you don't have a high endurance and HP to sustain the damage, then this method would be impossible. So Rita-san is fine with being hit? I'm alright. How much damage can you take? When I heard Celeste's question I started thinking about it. Then I looked at Eve's direction and touched my own forehead. Eve nodded, and chopped me. Strong, go slower. When I said that, Eve released her. Judging based on the feeling, the pain is almost the same as just now. Wait a minute. With a pitter-patter footsteps, Eve walked towards a tree nearby and used the same speed that she chopped me just now onto the tree. The tree that had the same width as an adult male was instantly cut to half by her chop. Wow. Such power. I think the one we should truly praise is Yoda-san Nano Desu. As expected of him, Emily had an innocent and willingness of a small child, whereas Celeste was looking at me with glittering eyes. It can be used, but it's a useless piece of junk. Don't say that, Eve. Being able to reflect damage is amazing. What's wrong, Yoda-san? The 3 of them were suspicious of my pause, because I suddenly thought of something interesting. Nonium Dungeon, 2nd floor. This is the number 1 place where nobody would bother you. If it was a normal dungeon it would be filled with a bunch of adventurers, And if it was in Nonium's first floor, there is Margaret Princess and CO doing their business. Whereas if you go to the second floor and below, you can only see adventurers once every week or so curiously diving into the dungeon. Thus I was swaggering around this limestone cave-like dungeon. I was just walking around mindlessly. It's the same as before. After I've gotten my endurance to S, I was testing on something. Whenever I encountered a monster, I would not attack it, and letting it hit me however it liked, I continued walking. Therefore, I slowly accumulated more zombies. Sometimes from being surprised attack, I let the hordes of zombies chased after me while I casually walked. Then, when the number of zombies reached to around 15 of them, one of the zombie that attacked was sent flying back. The moment it was attacked, it disappeared and a seed dropped. That's amazing, Yoda-san. By just walking around you managed to defeat monsters, Disu. So you can also use it on something like this. Because they did not want to bother with me. They were walking slightly behind me while looking at me with rounded eyes, and admiration was seen in their eyes. Yes, I was doing the same thing I did back then by letting the monsters chase after me. I continued letting them attack me, and together with the tears of slime, the opponent would just be damaging itself whenever it attacks me. Though that's fine and all, but the efficiency is horrible. I then took out my dual guns, and swing my arms around like a kawitwat, while simply shooting at the zombies. When there's no zombies left, the three of them came closer. That can't be helped, Disu, because Yoda-san is too strong, Disu. I guess so. Well, I guess these kind of things happen. So what should we do about this? I for one think that the item is of use, but then the Harvest Festival does need it too. It does fetch a high price. How much carrots can I get? I bitterly laughed as I heard the unwavering question of Eve. Well, for now let's call it a day. We'll decide it tomorrow. Got it, Disu? Well, let's go back then. I'm going to Turaru. I want to be surrounded by a mountain carrots. Though the three of them have separate opinions, but all of them had the same opinion of getting out first. On the other hand, I stopped at my tracks, because I had something in mind. To me, who was standing still, the three of them stopped and faced me. Yoda-san, what's wrong? I'm sorry, girls, but you all can head home first. Emily and CO were surprised for a moment, but immediately answered. I got it, Disu. I guess you have something in mind again. Talk about it with me later. Be careful. Low level. Without saying anything else, they turned and left. I then waved goodbye to the three of them. The next morning, the moment I opened my eyes, various parts of my body was in pain. When I reached out, I felt that there was something squishy. What gives? Oh yeah, I slept in the dungeon. I immediately remembered, because around me there were 5 zombies surrounding me, and was attacking me. The zombies continued attacking me, and one of them who attacked me reflected back the damage towards it, and a seed dropped. For that seed, I used the collection box to suck it in. The previous night, after I waved them goodbye, I stayed overnight in the second floor of Nonium. I was currently at the exact same spot where I stood when waving them off, and beside me was a collection box set up. While I was holding on to the tears of slime, I slept just like that. In reality, I did nothing at all, and the result of me doing nothing at all, I peeked inside the contents of the collection box. 1, 2, 3. It's 37 in total. Just one night of sleep, I've defeated 37 zombies. Though the efficiency is still horrible, so I can't say that this was practical. Though the good thing was that I got to hunt monsters even when I'm sleeping, I thought as I concluded this interesting experiment. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 62. The newly rented 3-story house with resistance to magic wind. The newly rented 3-story house with resistance to magic wind. And in that house, the second floor's living room. When I came back from Nonium, Emily and Celeste was just only having their breakfast in the living room. I'm back. Is it just the two of you? Eve really went to Turaru there. She really said it and meant it. Yes, Disu. At first we wanted to wait for Yoda-san to come back and discuss about the tier of slime, but since it doesn't have anything to do with carrots, we just told her to do whatever she wants, Disu. She's ever unshaken, huh? Though I do admire that she came all the way here. Seems like Rita-san has harvested something. Well, I guess so. The ever so sharp Celeste and Emily had a face of anticipation as they were looking at me. Thus I explained it to them what had happened. I explained that I hold on to the tears of slime and slept inside Nonium for a night, and when I slept I managed to reflect and defeated 37 zombies and drops. That's awesome, but that's difficult. It was difficult. It's not wrong that it's amazing, as I could get drops without doing anything, but the efficiency is simply horrible. What's more, this method can only be used by Yoda-san no desu. That's true, to be able to sleep inside the dungeon while surrounded by a swarm of monsters till the next morning. This risky attempt can only be done by Rita-san, as Celeste said. That Yoda-san is difficult to no desu? It might be better to just properly sell this item off desu. I also thought so too, though it's interesting but it's impractical. We should just exchange this for money, and when we have the opportunity again we can get another one. And thus I heard the opinion of the two of them. Emily and Celeste both had no objection and nodded. I guess Eve, who isn't here with us and would only care about carrot talks, wouldn't matter much anyways. Well, let's head to Elsa after breakfast. Apparently, it seems that the employees in the shop are also likely to have such achievements, so I was wondering why not just hand over the tears of slime to the pretty-looking girls in the shop. Then, I realized that Celeste was thinking about something. What's wrong, Celeste? No, I just suddenly thought of something. What does a rogue monster from a rare monster drop anyways? That does spark an interest. I'm troubled. Even if it drops something it would be different from the original. We can't afford to use the tear of slime to test this experiment. If it's that then it's fine no desu. As Emily gave a broad smile, she took out the ring that she was wearing. That is ... I see it's from the Slime Brothers. Yes desu. Tararu's first floor. It's the drop of the Slime Brothers no desu. After eating our breakfast, we went to the city of Shikuro. We arrived at a secluded place where we checked our surroundings whether there were anybody walking around. After checking that they were nobody, I placed the ring that was dropped from a Slime Brothers onto the ground, and together with Emily and Celeste, we kept a distance away from the ring. I'm getting excited desu. Me too. I wonder what's gonna come out. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be something awesome again desu, because Yoda-san is the strongest in the world with his all-s drop no desu. As I bitterly smiled at the comments of the ladies, I was slightly embarrassed at the remarks of the both of them. To hide away my embarrassment, I prepared my gun by loading it and ready for battle. The rogue monster is a Slime Brothers. I remembered the time when I defeated it. At that time, it was kind of weak. With just one normal bullet I defeated it. I wonder if it would go as smooth as that time, but just in case I loaded a restrained bullet on one of my guns and also a homing bullet, as it's better to prepare it beforehand. After a while the ring hatched into a rogue monster, and it became into a Slime Brothers. Immediately after I shot through the Slime Brothers with a normal bullet. The moment it hatched was the moment I pulled the trigger. And when it just fully hatched the shot went through. Then it disappeared and an item dropped. I then went close to it and picked it up, and a voice was heard inside my brain. Drop ×2, and when you attack you would occasionally heal your HP and MP. It's a good item no desu. The effect was enhanced with a different effect stacked onto it. Is there an effect like this where you would occasionally heal yourself when you attack? Emily and Celeste then silently thought of it for a while, and answered, I've never heard of it before desu. Well, there is an effect that grants a person ×2 drop, but the other effect, I've never heard of it too. I see. What you would expect from Rita-san. Then I would really want to know what can the tear of slime give when you turn it into a rogue monster. But I don't think it's possible. I bitterly smiled after I answered Celeste. The reason was because the design of the dropped ring is totally different from the previous design. The shape of the ring, even the stone that was attached was totally different. Even if an amateur appraises it, they would immediately know it's another item at a glance. If we use the tear of slime then we can't trade it off. That's true, Celeste said as she bitterly smiled and had a disappointed expression hanging on her face. It's alright no desu, though it can't be verified. but you can certainly get it Disu. How so? Again Emily gracefully smiled and Pachi. She took out the pouch that was dropped by the rogue monster of the Slime Sultan, and showed it to us. This is Turaru Dungeon 7th floor's rare monster. Inside the shop, even today, there were many adventurers coming and going with their drops and exchanging them for money, but with Emily's loud voice reverberating around the shop, everyone stayed silent and all eyes were on us. It was me who was bitterly smiling, and Emily and Celeste. The 7th floor? It's the Guts one, remember? If I'm not mistaken the drop was really low and they would have to drag it all the way to the end of each year. TSK, lucky bastards. That item would usually drop, but because of its effect some adventurers would self-destruct using it and thus it would be lost each time and thus making it harder to gather than other rare drops. I can hear the other adventurers talking loud and clear. Even though it's an item from the 7th floor I could sort of understand why it was difficult to gather it. Beside me, Elsa, who realized that she had given out the information to everyone, hurriedly apologized while her face was dyed in red. I'm truly sorry, don't mind it. What's more important is, are you still collecting this rare drop? Yes, thank you so much. It's because of Citizen that our shop is getting more and more well known and the ranking has risen. Is that what happens when you get to display an item for the Harvest Festival? Yes. What's more, this is a rare item, so I'm really grateful to Citizen from the bottom of my heart. I'm glad that I was of use then. Another thing. Are you gonna be going to the Harvest Festival? I'll definitely go, I answered while being conscious of the presence of the pouch on my bosom. It seems like the honor would go to the shop, and also to the adventurers, because the whole point of the Harvest Festival is to showcase the rogue monster of each rare item at the stadium, so they would show both the production and the monster, and the ones who defeat the rogue monsters are the adventurers, especially when it's a rare monster drops, which is usually done by adventurers who cooperate in the exhibition. Originally the festival is all about exhibiting the monster and its drop item and also to share among the others how to defeat them. As the city would grow larger, the people would also increase accordingly, and if you were to demonstrate how to defeat a rare monster during the Harvest Festival, the adventurers would also get famous. As you are appealing to the audience on how to defeat the monster, you are also displaying your strength to the audience. In addition, it is also a good thing that there might be a possibility that request may come from a person who wants that exact item. After calculating all these things, I answered that I would be participating. In the past, I would have wanna hide the fact that I am defeating rogue monsters, but with the pouch inside my breast pocket, I could defeat the rogue monster and show that there are no drop, but in reality the drop would go into the pouch. Then please take care of me, leave it to me. Then, let me reward you for the item. Elsa placed a bundle of banknotes on top of the table. What an easy reward. It's obvious that it's banknote, and counting it, it is stacked up in 3. Originally this drop can fetch a high price, but with the bonus of the festival the net value of it increased further. Instead of checking what the rogue monster of the tier of slime would drop, we've gotten 3 million Piro as a reward. I turned around, and high-fived Emily and Celeste in unison. New series out in Shirokans, please do check it out. 3. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 63. After a short break, Nonium 5th floor. Since I've finished clearing the 4th floor by increasing my endurance to S rank, it's time to head down to the 5th floor. As one would expect, the appearance of the dungeon is similar to the rest of the upper floors where it has a limestone cave design. Whereas for Turaru Dungeon 6th and 7th floor, the moment you step foot into those floors, you can see a field-like area in the dungeon, and the enemies are more fierce and strong. Though, there's only one thing that's similar. Dungeon snow. This floor also has snow falling. Similar to Turaru Dungeon's 7th floor, it seemed like the magic snow is falling too. Though different from Turaru, this dungeon is completely shaped like a cave, so seeing snow covering the floor was amusing. Immediately, a monster appeared. A crack was formed on the ground and a skeleton came out from it. The skeleton looks the exact same as the ones above, Even the way it moved was the same as the ones above. Is it possible to have the same type of monster? As I was bewildered, I took out my gun, and as I was aiming at the skeleton changed. As the snow gently falls onto the skeleton's body, its bones was soaked with the snow. The accumulated magical snow seeped into the body of the skeleton and it gradually turned red. The pure white bones has turned into blood red. I'm glad that there's something different about equals. As I sighed in relief, without realizing the skeleton came in front of me in the blink of an eye. The skeleton swung its arms towards me and I swiftly guarded it with my arms and kicked it, sending it and myself backwards. But, the skelly wandered over. With a tremendous speed it dodged, and followed with an attack with a slam onto the side of my body. So fast. This red skeleton is 3 times as fast as the ones above. But, yes, the skeleton is indeed fast, but I'm also fast too. The hit from before was because I was attacked all of a sudden and was surprised by it, but if I knew that it's just fast, then it's alright. Taking its attacks, the skeleton uses its high speed as an advantage to hit and run away, and repeating that process. With my speed, before the skeleton could move diagonally, I took the first step and went ahead of him, kicking the side of its body where it was landing onto. With speed and power, I countered its movement and broke the skeleton's bone in half. The skeleton then fell onto the ground and shook for a moment. Once it stopped moving, a seed was dropped. As I picked that up, Max MP increased by 1, was what the voice said. So the 5th floor drops MP up seeds, huh? Yoshi, time to rack up some more to increase further. Huh? Something popped up on my mind. MP, does that mean the energy used to cast magic spells? How does one learn magic though? For now I increased my MP from F to E. And after that I went to the city to meet up with Celeste to talk about it. Normally you would learn it as you level up, as levels and abilities are unique to that specific person. The magic that you learn is already decided since the day you're born. I see, but I'm forever level 1. Is that normal? Are there any other methods of learning magic? If I'm not mistaken, if you eat a magical fruit, they might let you learn magic. There's even something like this. Yep. Though there are a lot of demerits when using this method, generally many people shy away from this method. What sorts of demerits are there? As it is against the innate growth, the moment you eat it, the level will be fixed and a curse will be inflicted upon the person, making them impossible to grow at all. What's more, you can only have one type of magic, the moment you eat it. What you learn is also random. And there are times when you can learn something that you've already learned. That's certainly a huge drawback. Then wouldn't you just have to level it up to the maximum before eating it? Yeah, if it's just 1. What happens if you eat a second one? If you eat a second one, your level would drop by 1. Of course your abilities would drop too. That is too much of a punishment. If you eat one, you can't level up anymore. And if you were to eat another one, your level drops. I guess the setback of the curse is truly terrifying. But, so there's no more demerits besides those you've mentioned? Don't think so. Still, because one would eat it after raising their levels to the maximum, so the fruit still fetches a high price in the market. Then there are no problems for me then. I guess you can say that, since Rita-san's level is already at the highest. So I guess there are no demerits if you look at it that way. Well, that settles it. I bought it. Standing outside of Shikuro's largest magical tool store, I was holding onto a luxurious wooden box. Celeste, who was accompanying me, took the lid out of the wooden box, and inside the content of the wooden box was a melon-sized fruit, which has a hexagonal star pattern on the outside. So if I eat this, I will be able to learn one magic, though. Are you sure it's alright for me to buy it? The 3 million pyro that we had just gotten was eaten within a day. Are you sure it isn't better to keep it for the sake of ya all? I want Rita-san to have it. Emily would definitely say that too. Eve, on the other hand, if it's not about carrots, she won't care. That's the kind of person she is. The both of us bitterly smiled at each other. Seems like all of us don't really care about what we do. Well then, quickly eat it. Wait. Please wait for a while. Why? I've learned something. it's that we shouldn't just eat it as it is. Should we let Emily cook something out of it? I returned a smile towards Celeste, and closed the lid of the luxurious box and started walking. Suburbs of Chicago, as always a place where no one frequents. As we arrived, Celeste sort of get what I was trying to do. I understand now, you want to turn it into a rogue monster and get another drop from it. Correct, cause I was wondering maybe it will give a better magic fruit in comparison to this one. As I talked, my inner spirit was in a mess. It's probably because I'm certain it would turn out into something good, though I couldn't seize that factor of. Normally the drop of a rare item would drop a higher ranked item, but there are some exceptions. For example, the gorilla that drops tuna. I've gotten a gun out of it when I killed the rogue monster. Though I doubt it'll get any worse, but it'll be a 50-50 whether the magical fruit effect will remain. Even though there was a risk, I still wanted to try it out. When I was still in the company, when someone wanted to try challenging something, it has been mostly rejected as a non-precedent, and because of that whenever I gave an idea someone would use that idea, the boss or the company would be filling with anger as they think that, why didn't I use that idea earlier? Thus I told myself not to fall into the same mistake again, and accept any challenge head-on. I left the magical fruit in place, and together with Celeste we walked quite a distance away. As we were waiting for a while, the magical fruit hatched into a monster. With a battle posture I flew towards it. The monster was wrapped in metallic color with the shape of an egg, and suddenly it dissolved and turned into a completely different shape. The dissolved shape turned golden, and it changed into a shape of a human. "Ryu-san," Celeste shouted in a screaming manner as she saw the human shape. "That's right, there are two of me now." The body and even the clothes are completely similar, though the only difference is I'm not coated with only one color, whereas it was coated entirely in metallic color. It's a liquid metal android. It reminded of a scene in a movie I saw once. Probably Astro Boy. It then flew towards me, fast. I guarded the hollow punch, and immediately kept a distance away from it. I prepared my gun and fired a normal bullet. It hit, but it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. Again it flew towards me with great speed, and its punch and kick cut through the wind, increasing its speed further. I took the hit and countered it by using a penetration bullet. I aimed at the egg's chest and fired, though before it went in it was stopped. It guarded the bullet with its arms crossed. It's similar to what I would have done. It's tough, it's fast, plus it's powerful. Metal Rita for now he called it that. In its basic stats it was already strong to begin with, though not as strong as me. Since bullets don't work I guess it's time to use hand-to-hand combat. I avoided its attack and countered it by punching its side and changed direction at a right angle. After a while, I understood roughly as I battled with it repeatedly. Its power and speed at roughly around 80% of mine. Probably the opponent that it copied. It will absorb 70% of the opponent's stats. I guess my partner isn't that lucky. Wow. I grabbed hold of him as he tried to fight back and threw him into the air, and shot a restrained bullet while he was still in the air. The metal Rita who was floating midair was trapped by a ray of light rope and could not move. As I roughly understood its ability, I quickly used that. I took out my dual gun and loaded ammo into it, which were the flame and freezing bullets. As I shot both of them together, it fused together and turned into an annihilation bullet, which was my highest offensive power. The bullet flew one after the other onto its body as it was unable to escape, and scraped its metal body. One by one holes were formed on its better, and it continued to increase, and finally as it reached its limit, like a water balloon being popped, the metal liquid melted and dripped onto the ground. Just in case I hold on to my gun, but it was a needless worry. The liquefied metal immediately disappeared and a drop appeared. I slowly got close to it, and Celeste who was slightly further away from me ran towards me. I picked up the drop, and Celeste had a difficult expression floating on her face. It's exactly the same magical fruit, nothing seemed to had changed. No, that's not necessarily the case. A grin was floating at the edge of my mouth, and I turned the magical fruit around and showed. The hexagon star sign which was just one a moment ago was now turned into 2 star S's. That, possibly, maybe, No, I'm certain. It's probably the same pattern as the Slime Brothers. It's the same item, but it was ranked up. To confirm our theory, I chew on the magical fruit. You have now learned 2 new magic, and an announcer-like voice was heard inside my head. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 64. Wind Gutter. 2 types of magic. Wind Gutter. After the method of using the magic popped up in my head, I immediately tried using it. A green-colored wind formed, and a blade of wind slashed into nothingness. That's the first magic, right? Looks like it. It's a level 1 wind type magic. Level 1, huh? Even the power isn't really that great. So I guess it's true that there are demerits. Having to max your level cap and throwing hundreds of thousands of cash into getting such a normal magic is painful. If it's like Emily's case where the girl learns a recovery magic, then I guess it's more of luck rather than a demerit. That's true, as I nodded in approval with Celeste's comment. And as Celeste said, if there was luck involved, with Emily's warrior-style fighting, learning a recovery magic and diving into the dungeon, she could expand her range as an adventurer. If we put it that way, it means my luck was bad. And what is the other magic? This one's difficult to say. Tararu Dungeon, 6th floor. After meeting up with Emily, we dived down together into the 6th floor. Immediately after we walked down the staircase, a parent-child slime appeared. It was one huge slime and several smaller slimes around it. At first glance you might think it's a group of slimes, but in actuality it's just one body. Then, it's the usual formation. Yes, Disu, leave it to me. Inferno. Celeste chanted her magic. It was a level 3 ranged fire magic, Inferno, and it spreaded towards the slimes and wrapped them. The child slime was burned to liquid one by one, and disappeared without leaving a drop behind. Reservation? TL. After the children were all gone, the parent slime main body was left and I chanted my magic. A light magic wrapped around the powered-up parent slime. The light magic was then sucked into the slime, and it disappeared. And at the next moment, Emily flew towards it while spinning her hammer round and round. With the speed and heaviness of the hammer added together, it cleanly hit the slime in one hit. The slime's body was squashed by the hammer and its body was partially splattered. The parent slime, which was buffed up to the max because all of the child slime was dead, wasn't dead in one hit. It was as if the body was made up of clay. It molded back by itself and tried counter-attacking Emily. Like I let you. I fired the restrained bullet to stop the slime's movement. Emily, who doesn't need to worry about the attack of the slime, continued to whack the slime. She hammered the slime like hammering mochi. I was quite a distance away to some extent. Since the restrained bullet was working, without bothering Emily, I kept a distance while holding my gun in case I need to follow up. After Emily's dancing around with her hammer and my second bullet of restrained bullet, the parent slime was finally crushed by Emily. Afterwards, a mountain of potatoes dropped. Depending on the amount of child slime you killed, it corresponds to your drop. It wasn't Emily's drop, but in fact the drop S of me who defeated it. Amazing, Desu? It's as if I'm Yoda-san na no desu. So from what happened just now, it was a magic. Ah, you placed a magic on the enemy in advance, and whoever defeats the enemy would get the drop rate of the person who casted the spell. Which means being equivalent to having S drop. Yeah, this is equally difficult. It's good that I have drop S, but since I'm going to target monsters instead of humans, in the end it's useless for me. There's no point at all. That's true. If you can aim it at humans instead of monsters, then Rita-san can just cast it on everybody. That is, if it can be done. Instead of casting it on the monster, it's faster if I were to kill it instead. While bitterly laughing, Celeste nodded. Even though there can be some uses, but I guess this was also a miss. That's not true, Desu. I'm grateful, Nano Desu. All of a sudden Emily thanked me. Why thank me for this, Desu? Emily grabbed hold of my hands and pulled me along. We walked inside the outskirt-like dungeon for a while and I saw an OETL board that adventurers frequently used. Emily then operated it, and her status showed up. 1/2. Level. HP. MP. Strength. Endurance. Intelligence, mentality, speed, dexterity, luck, dash. Level 25. Did you just level up from that just now? Yes, Disu. During the time when we were fighting the Bicorn I was still at level 24 and since then I didn't level up. But I leveled up again, no Desu. While saying that, Emily smiled brightly while flowery patterns were floating behind her, and looking at it further, it's not just her level that had increased, but her HP has gone up to. I see. If Rita-san uses this magic, then anyone can deal the final blow instead of Rita-san, and we can level up a lot. Disu. I waved my fist down onto my palm. I've forgotten the fact that the reason why I ate the magic fruit was because my max level was 1 to begin with. What's more, since my drop is all S, when diving into the dungeon with my friends I would usually be the one dealing the final blow, and the experience was wasted on me. But with this magic it could resolve this issue. But it'll be a handful for Rita-san. I don't think so, TLN. For some reason I just think of Rita slapping Celeste's butt. Hi-aw. I immediately rebutted Celeste right on the spot, and Celeste raised a small scream, and couldn't resist. She screamed loudly. Without realizing, I was actually stealing away the girl's experience points all these time. Thus, knowing about it now, I feel better that I can give the experience to them without wasting it. So from now on, the finishing blow, all of you can finally get the experience. I looked at both Emily and Celeste, and after everyone maxed out their levels, we can have you all have one magic fruit. Thank you, Disu. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 65. After waking up in the morning, I went downstairs to the second floor living room from the third floor's bedroom. Emily, who was in the kitchen, turned around and a wonderful smile lit on her face as soon as she saw me. Good morning, Disu. Morning. Where's Celeste? She went out with Eve-chan. Disu. Since today's the Harvest Festival, there will be less adventurers diving into the dungeon, thus they went to collect more carrots. Disu. I see. They're on the table. I took the tea that Emily has left for me and slowly sipped on it. Today's the start of the 3-day Harvest Festival. If I'm not mistaken, this huge event is held yearly in Shikoro. Yes, Disu, and it seems that there are other people from different cities coming to watch it too. Disu. Since there are a lot of people gathered at Shikoro, it seems that the people from other cities would gather many items and acquire adventurers to gift out as presents. Disu. Acquiring adventurers, they would bring different drops from different dungeons and try to sell it, or changing it into rogue monsters and try to sell it, or even appeal the item in the city. I see. There are quite a few things happening around this period. More like, appealing to get adventurers? I can't believe these sorts of things are also happening around here. Well, since everything is dropped in a dungeon from monsters, adventurers who kill those monsters are the producers of those items, so the number and quality of adventurers will be directly related to the tax revenue of the city. In a way, it's like attracting business opportunities. Yes, Disu? Sorry, just talking to myself. Oh right, just now that thing from Emily. Did you hear all this from someone? Apparently, Emily had a troubled expression. I've heard of it from Celeste. Disu. Oh, it's from Celeste. I understand that that lady does know a lot of information because of how well she obtains information. But why are you asking it from her? Even though she's been living here her whole life. Before I started living in the cities, I was always inside the dungeon. Disu. What's more, going to festival requires a lot of money. Disu. I see how it is. Up until now she was a drop rate of adventurer who was living in the dungeon until I forcefully dragged her to a 20k Piro borrowed apartment. She was surviving inside the dungeon every day. Okay, then why not we go Tahi festival together then? Together, Disu? Yep, there are a lot of interesting stuff to see, you know. Let's have fun together. Yes, Disu. Going out of the house, Emily and I were walking to the city. Even though it's still in the morning, but the city was packed with people roaming around. You would see people who usually won't came to the city walking around here, and goods that are not sold in Shikoro being sold in stores around the city. It was similar to the time when I was in Sulan Dungeon, where the merchants would gather around and open up their stores, but this time the difference was the amount of people, and also the many different types of items being sold. This is amazing, Disu. There are a lot of things, Disu. If there's anything you like, don't hesitate to say it, eh? But, while Emily was looking around the stores, she had a sorry expression as she said that, because it's a festival, they will surely mark up the prices. Nano desu. If it's about money, don't worry about it. Precisely because it's the festival, the more we should use it. But, if Emily doesn't choose it, then I will just buy it, okay? Let's see. Something like this doll that looks. Please stop it seriously and forgive me and anything but that. I will do anything for you, Disu, Emily said as she was spitting out words like a bullet train. The doll that I was talking about was a black living creature personified as a doll. Well, in my eyes it's sort of cute. As for Emily, I guess it's still impossible. Well, I too can't take it when the high-speed movement of the cockroach slime crawls around the dungeon. Then please buy something. I got it, okay, Disu. Emily was weirdly enthusiastic, and thus started looking for something to buy. After a while, she stopped in front of a particular store. What's wrong, Emily? A collection box? TLN, wait, for some reason the word changed into shipping box, but that sounds really weird. Lining up side by side, I saw the items lining up in order at the store, and all of them were collection boxes. When you defeat a monster, this box would automatically suck the dropped item into the box. This was what I often used to get my special bullets. What is this? I'm glad you asked, miss. This is the Alkyl Productions Experience Point, TLN. Alkyl is a city. The store owner, who had a thread-like eye with a grin constantly floating on its face, was answering Emily's question. Experience points? What does that mean? The monster that you will get is called a dot. You should know Mech Mouse. It is a wonderful monster that can get 10 times the experience value than other monsters of the same strength. TLN, are you for real? Question mark. Sounds just like Mech Mouse. That's gonna get some copyright infringement strike. Hey, so you leave this at a place where no one is present, and keep a distance away from it for about 3 minutes. Ah, it's a rogue monster. Yes, once it becomes a rogue Mech Mouse, you will obtain 10 times the experience points. I see. There was no idea. In a world where drops are fundamentally important, though levels and experience points do exist, but there are practically not many adventurers who worry about that. Adventurers would mostly form a group when diving into a dungeon, and they would continuously defeat monsters one after the another, and before they know it their levels have already reached the maximum cap. Even though the rogue monster doesn't drop anything, but it's guaranteed to give out experience. Yoda-san, I've leveled up, Disu. Those femini from under the cliff. Emily nodded to my answer. When we just met not long ago, it was around the time when I just gotten my freeze bullet where it happened. There was an incident where someone has fallen down a cliff and they left their stuffs there and it turned into rogue monsters, and when she defeated all of them she leveled up a huge ton. I see. Even if it's rogue monsters you will still be able to get experience points. I see. Selling experience points. By the way, what do you have inside this box? Sir, wait, Before the store owner could stop me, I've already opened up one of the boxes. Immediately, this stinks. In a hurry I quickly closed the lid of the box, even though I've only opened it for a brief moment. But the stench of the smell coming from the box quickly flew out. It was a smell of rotten meat and fish that was in the sewer and was being boiled up and further fermented. That was how strong the stench was. It went into my eyes, Disu. It is the drop item of the Mech Mouse, a poisonous mushroom. The item itself is completely useless and thus we had to use a box to keep it in and sell it as an experience point. I understand now. I'm sorry that I accidentally opened it. The stench then spread it around everywhere to the point where the people who were enjoying the festival all turned to look at where the source of the smell was. In order to not attract any more attention, I quickly handed over the money and took one of the box, and immediately dragged Emily away to escape from that area. Outside of Shikaro, the outdoor where no one was present, the experience points poisonous mushroom that was in the box was left on the ground and we kept a distance away from it. Even though it's good and all to buy it, But if there's no way to dispose of it, then it would be troubling, as the festival was put on hold for an hour because of that smell, so it's better to turn it into rogue monster, I mean into experience points. While we were waiting for it to turn into a rogue monster, we were reading the brochure that we've gotten from the shop owner. Is it a guide about what's inside Alkyl? Yeah. It seems that the Alkyl specializes in sightseeing. Sightseeing desu? It seems like Alkyl has drops that could kill. Is that so, Nano desu? Even though most of the drops stinks, but in return the monster gives a huge amount of experience points. Thus it gets its revenue by being a tourist spot for adventurers to come. It also seems like they're trying to get adventurers to pay them money. Look at this here. A rogue monster stadium is ready and completed for those who aren't good with handling the smell of the drops. So there are cities like these. It's kind of interesting. Emily, you and Celeste's level isn't max yet, right? Let's try going there sometime. Yes, let's go together with everyone, Desu. I made a promise in heart that once they've maxed their level they will each eat the magical fruit to learn a random magic. With that, Emily showed a face full of brimming smile and nodded in unison. At that moment, from within the box it moved and cracked, and the rogue monster was born. Yoda-san. Yeah, the both of us nodded, with a restrained bullet in one hand and a healing bullet in the other. I stand by with these support bullets. Then, Emily carried her hammer, and flew to the target as per her usual attack pattern. The poisonous mushroom hatched into a 50-centimeter-sized big mouse. The body was coated in a metallic color which matched its name. And from some places you can see its skin peeling off and a dull color can be seen from the outside. Somehow it looked like a zombie, where the meat was rotting and it was falling apart. A metal zombie. That's the impression I'd gotten when seeing this mech mouse. When I say it like that, it felt disturbing. What's more, it was crawling. It moves a little and it stops, and moves a little then stops. It moves just like how a mouse does. Are you alright with that, Emily? With what, Desu? Never mind, don't mind what I just said. The girl who hate the ko would actually be alright with the movement of the huge mouse. Let's do it, Desu. Yeah. The moment I fired the restrained bullet, at the same time Emily flew towards it. The light rope wrapped around the mech mouse and restrained it, and Emily, who was there on time, started hammering down the mouse. Gaken, it's tough, Desu. Should I help? I'm alright, Desu. Emily took a deep breath and readied her hammer, with a goo sound being heard but not really. It seems like Emily was building up power. Something awesome is about to happen, was what I thought when looking at her. Reservation. And immediately I cast the magic. At the same time Emily swung her hammer as I finished casting the magic, and the hammer successfully damaged the mouse. Dashin, as the ground shook, even I was moving around unexpectedly with that distance. The place where the hammer hit, a 30-meter crate, was made from her attack. I did it, Yoda-san. What's your level? I leveled up nicely, Desu. Congrats. With just one of the mouse she leveled up. That just makes me want to bring them to Arkle to level up. Yoda-san, look at this, Desu. Is this a new bullet? As Emily called me to come closer, I looked at the middle of the crate, and saw a bullet that I have never seen before laying on the ground. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 66. After picking up the bullet, I was looking at it with eyes of expectation and wonders. What is it? Let's test it out. I think it's a special bullet. Then let's aim it at that rock over there, Desu. Emily lifts up her hands and points at the other direction, and over there a huge rock which looked unmoving was present. I guess so. Let's try it out, just in case. Emily, you stand behind me. Okay, Desu. Emily immediately moved behind me, and I loaded the new bullet into my gun. I aimed at the huge rock, and pulled the trigger. Kiki. Huh? What's wrong, Desu? Nothing happened. Kiki. I then pulled the trigger several times, but no such bullet flew out. Did it miss, or is the gun broken, Desu? Let's test that out. Leaving the new bullet as it is, I loaded another normal bullet inside, and pull at the trigger. Pan. The sound of gunfire resonated the area, and a gaping hole was at the center of the rock. It's not broken, Desu. Yoda-san, don't you think that the power is a little bit strong? The normal bullet from before, isn't it stronger than before? Was it, Desu? Maybe it's because, I nodded. I think our train of thoughts were the same as to what was going on right now. I took out the new bullet, and this time just loaded a normal bullet inside and fired the huge rock. It became slightly weaker. Disu. Emily. Let's go buy some more experience points. Yes, Disu. We hurried back to the city of Shikaro, and went back to the place where we first met that shop owner who was selling the box filled with a poisonous mushroom and bought another 9 more boxes. We immediately head back to the outskirts of Shikaro, turned it into rogue monsters, and every time we fought one I cast reservations on the rogue monsters before letting Emily defeat them. Emily has finally upped her level by 2, and she's now level 28, and with the 9 new bullets added on, I have a total of 10 in my hands. Let's try putting 2 inside. Okay, Disu. After loading the 2 new bullets inside, and tried pulling the trigger, and as one would expect, nothing came out. This time I loaded the normal bullet inside, it fired. The huge rock was clearly beaten up by the normal bullet. That's awesome, Disu. Even I can understand the power difference, Disu. Yeah. The power did went up. Now let's try using 3 to fire. I added the 3rd new bullet inside and above it a normal bullet and fired. The fire power increased even further, and the huge rock that had sustained a large proportion of damage by the bullets crumbled into pieces. There's no mistake here. Yeah, Disu, even though you can use it to shoot, but if you put in other bullets and fire it, the bullet would get stronger, no Desu. So if this strengthens bullet, that means this is A. Even though every time I fired I would have to reload it, but I'm pretty sure this would be pretty handy in the future. And thus I thought of several ideas as to how to use this new bullet enhancer that was on the palm of my hand. Then, I realized that Emily was looking at the whole time and was smiling at me. What's the matter, Emily? I'm happy, no Desu. Happy. I'm extremely happy that Yoda-san has once again become stronger, no Desu. It's as if Emily put herself in my shoe and was happy for me. After finished checking the effects of the bullet enhancer, Emily and I once again head back to Shikaro. For now, I guess that the experience points and the mech mouse and the bullet enhancer's case has been dealt with. Thus returning to the mood, we once again went around at the Harvest Festival. After afternoon came, the crowd was even larger compared to this morning. The crowd was so bad that even by walking at a normal pace I would be knocked in the shoulder by various people, but the city was getting even more exciting. There's something over there making a fuss. Looks like they're having a fight. Are you stupid or something? If you're well and good, then come to the dungeon with me. Among the enthusiasm and unusual uniqueness to the festival, Emily and I walked a lot. Just so you know, whatever Emily was looking at, she was extremely excited when glancing around. I remembered that I'd said that I would participate in the Harvest Festival for the first time, thus I used a lot of money for the sake of Emily. And to that Emily, she stood still in front of a small vending store selling small items. There were some accessories with threads and thin chains, etc., all of them very really cute looking, and the size was just right for her. This vendor is similar to those items where you buy it, put it as your phone strap, and Emily, who was staring at all those, her eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the direction she was looking at, I saw that she was looking at an accessory that is shaped like a bell. And I immediately knew. You want that? You're wrong. I just thought that it was sort of nice, that's all, Desu. I see. How much is that? 3k Piro, Desu. I took out the money and gave the shop vendor, and received the bell-like accessory, and I handed it over to Emily. Here you go. Thank you, Desu. When Emily received it, she held it as if it was something really important, as she held it near her chest while wrapping it around. Afterwards, she placed it at the handle of her hammer. You're gonna put it there? Yes, Desu. After tightening the string, she slightly held her hammer up. Clink. A nice ringing sound was heard as she held the hammer. Then it'll always be together with me, Nano Desu. I see. Then something like when monsters hear the ringing of the bell, they would fear it and immediately run away. It's the Reaper Shinigami. The Reaper of Bell is coming, and they'll be petrified with terror. Am I a monster Bakemano or something, Nano Desu? After saying a suitable joke to her, we continued walking around the festival. When we were walking around, I could hear the sound of the bell ringing, and the sound of the bell ringing gradually symbolized the existence of Emily, and I came to feel a sense of security from Emily's bell making a warm home. But that image was immediately broken. Further away from us we could hear an explosion and screams, and after a while there were people running from that direction towards us. Yoda-san. The both of us nodded, and we both dashed towards that direction, with the rhythm of the bell ringing as we were running. We arrived and a monster was there. It has a sharp ear with green-colored skin, and it was leaning forward showing a bent posture. It was clearly a monster that resembles a. Even if it was leaning forward it was still around 3 meters tall. If it were to stood up straight I think it would be even taller. My first impression of it was a goblin, and a giant at that. It was that kind of monster. From that monster, the people of the city were running away like a spider's girl. What the hell is that? I don't know, Desu. If only Celeste was here. Never mind. For now let's do what we can. Yes, Desu. Wait for a moment. As I was about to jump out a clumsy male voice stopped me. When I turned to look, there a young man with blood flowing out from his forehead was there. The young man kept his head down, and talked to me. That is a. So it's that sort of monster. If it were to surround us in the dungeon it would be an annoyance to deal with. We must defeat it in one hit, or else. It was actually locked up in the cage for use during the harvest festival, but when my child mischievously threw a stone at it, it grew stronger. It can't be defeated by normal adventurers like you. You guys hurry and run away now. But don't worry, I've called for help. They're here. The guy looked behind him, and showed a face as if he was looking at a god coming for rescue. When I looked at that direction, it was the 3 familiar faces that I knew. Neptune, and also the 2 of them, Ran-san and Ryu-san. Desu. It was the guy who mysteriously acts like a homo, and behind him was always the 2 girls following him, and they were standing in front of the increase goblin. Ryu, Ran, can you do it? Who do you think we are? We'll do it for the sake of Nikon. The 3 of them nodded, and Neptune was the first to move forward. The formation was like a scissors, where the left and right was Ran and Ryu, and magic circle was expanding beneath them. One side the magic circle shone brightly, and on the other it was as if darkness was eating up the light. The both of them were chanting, and was casting onto Neptune. God press, devil case, black and white. The 2 magic was cast onto Neptune. The 2 light enveloped him, and from behind his back, wings spread out, 1 white, and 1 black. The wing was differentiated with 2 colors. Zaku, a pressure-like feeling. Even Neptune, who was already strong to begin with, felt even stronger right now. And from beside me Emily was grasping onto my sleeve. She had an unsettling feeling and was holding tight onto my sleeve. Let's go. Neptune flew, and it wasn't strange, and the speed at which he was flying wasn't that quick either. And afterwards he released an attack. He flapped his wings and jumped up, and pushed down his palm down as if it was crushing something, and went straight at the increase goblin. I could see that the body of the goblin was dazzling, even though the palm wasn't touching the goblin. But I knew that it's as if an invisible force was pushing that giant. Gushaya, a sound was heard, and the bones of the goblin was twisting into direction impossible for the human eyes to see, and finally it fell down from its back. After Neptune landed on the ground, the wings were gone. Phew. Breathing a sigh, the people around us cheered. They all praised Neptune for dismaying a powerful monster that was raging in the city. And from within the crowd a girl jumped out, and caught onto the side of Neptune while looking at Neptune with awe. The tense air of the battle has relaxed, and instead the people's eyes were glowing. Though we had no chance to shine for today, but it wasn't a big deal. I then tried walking away. Oh, if it isn't Satakun. I'm sorry, since my friends are waiting for me over there. Shit, the homo spotted me. I thought before he saw me I better run away from here, but it can't be helped. At least I have to do it properly. Dangerous. Before I could think my voice slipped out. The goblin that Neptune should have beaten gotten up and attacked him. Neptune reacted along the attack. He guarded the attack from the thick arm of the goblin, and he flew away. Nepu, Nikon, Ran and Ryu hurriedly tried to rush over to him, but the situation was getting worse. Neptune, who has flew away, only the girl was left there. It was the girl who ran towards Neptune from before. He can't sleep right now. He stood up but was still shaking from the impact of the damage. Being damaged by Neptune. Because the hit did not kill it, the increased goblin became even larger and was about to attack the girl. Pan. Before I could think, my body moved on its own. I used the two of my gun and fired at the same time. It was the combination of two normal bullet, and inside it was the 10-bullet enhancer together with the normal bullet. Along the way the bullets fused into a penetration bullet and penetrated the goblin. No, it wasn't just penetrating. It was something that couldn't be saved at all. The 4-meter-tall giant, its chest had completely disappeared, and the bullet continued flying, and the roof of the building also disappeared along with it. Yoda-san. So it can even be this strong, huh? Towards what I had done, I silently prayed to myself. There were 5-bullet enhancer on each side and I fired a normal bullet. And then it fused into a penetration bullet, and that firepower was way more powerful than I'd imagine. And around the time I defeated the goblin, the people around me roared with passion. In a hurry to see what was going on, the people in the city praised me grandly. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 67. With a cheering voice, the people who were about to return to the mood of the festival, I paced quickly to where Neptune was when he was knocked away. TLN note, results are out 1 by 45% and nobody wanted because it's too long of a word for me to type out each time. With a cheering voice, the people who were about to return to the mood of the festival, I paced quickly to where Neptune was when he was knocked away. Neptune, who had already stood up, had some dirt covering his face and his shirt. Taking a glance at his whole body, it's not confirmed whether he sustained any injuries or not. With Ran and Ryu both patting the dust away from him, Neptune, as if it was an obvious thing to do, let them do their jobs. Seems that you're alright. Of course, seems like I've caused some trouble. Even though I'm not supposed to make such obvious mistake, I have to somehow atone for it. As long as the girl wasn't in any danger, I think you shouldn't worry about it. But I still want to say my thanks. Thank you. While saying that, Neptune had a gentle expression on his face. The thing that he mentioned was that even with his one attack, he did not manage to defeat the increased goblin in one hit. If we're talking about hand-to-hand combat, I think even with my stats strength, I don't think I can defeat it too. But because of the newfound bullet that I was able to defeat it using my guns, as one would expect. I've already known that you're a dependable man, but I didn't know you were even higher than what I would expect. Really? That one hit was simply amazing. I was in love by that beautiful and graceful hit. As I said, don't give me all those dangerous words. Oh, I forgot to mention, those veins and muscles on your arms are just simply beautiful to look at. The veins flowing from your neck to your arms are just irresistible. I knew you were a homo. Haven't I already said it before a million times? I'm not homo. But the words you're saying are getting more and more dangerous as time goes by. What should I do to gain your trust then? I know, if I swear to my beloved father about this, then wouldn't you trust me? Not only are you a homo, but you are also a father con. Please don't make your image any worse than this. That's rude. I'm not a father con. I'm a mother con. Both of it is equally dangerous. It might have been a mistake to worry about this stupid guy getting blown off, getting lead on by his pace each time I talk to him. It's really tiring for me. That's right. Neptune looked behind me and asked. I turned around, and saw that Emily was standing there. You made a new family, right? Yeah, I see. That's a shame. Even though I was so interested in recruiting you, but now it's impossible to invite you and your friends too. I feel that it's very scary that you want to invite me over to your side. Don't worry, I've still not see you as that sort of person yet. Again and again you do this. Oh whoops, Neptune said as he placed his tongue out and formed a fist and placed it on his forehead. This guy is 1,000,000,000% a homo. Fearing to pursue this, Neptune held the hands of Ran and Ryu, and with a smile that could make people feel good, which would suit his sweet mask, they went away. even though all I can see is a guy with his harem while holding two pretty girls. But I know that he is a homo because my sixth sense is constantly whispering to me. And I would not want to be a part of his pace again, was what I thought. Neptune then walked at the opposite way, and to Emily, who was looking down, I walked towards her and talked to her. Yoda-san, good work again. Nano desu. Yeah. Even more tired than fighting the monster. What was the drop of that monster just now? Is it this? Then I think it's probably. I took something out for the pouch, for the Harvest Festival, in order to participate in testing yourself in proving your strength against the rogue monster, and without letting others see that I can get a drop, I can use this pouch that would automatically transfer the item into the pouch. Opening the pouch wide open, I showed what's inside the content to Emily. Isn't it ... just a lot of normal bullets? Nano desu. That's how it is. That increase goblin was originally a weak monster that was used in the Harvest Festival. Most probably all of the normal monsters that are from Shikoro drops normal bullets, since that's how Dororo works. I see. Nano desu. But it's a shame desu. I thought you would get a new item or something desu. Well, I have plenty of chance to get a lot of new items. As I said that, Emily showed a sweet smiling face, and I took out the normal's bullets from the pouch and put it with the rest of the bullets. From beside I heard a voice calling. Who is it this time? Was what I thought when I turned to the direction of the voice and saw the girl was that. It was the girl who jumped towards Neptune, and I saved her when she was in a pinch. I crouched and met with her on an eye-to-eye level, and spoke. Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? No, thank you, Oji-chan. I see, you don't seem to have any injuries. Please be careful next time. Don't go near the monster before checking whether it's already gone or not, okay? As I said that, I felt that I was getting more familiar with this world. In a world where monsters drop everything, a monster drops something if it has been killed. As I said an obvious statement to the little girl, I felt that I'm really getting used to this world. Okay, I understand. Excuse me, Oji-chan uncle. What? When Amelia becomes an adult, she will be an adventurer. So your name is Amelia. Yeah, so that's why Oji-chan, can you bring Amelia together to a dungeon once she has grown up? I don't mind. I said so right after she said that. Saying that she wants me to bring her along to a dungeon when she grows up is a really adorable thing to say. Really? Thank you, Oji-chan. Amelia, with an innocent face, exclaimed with delight. I wonder if I can bring her along to a dungeon after 10 years. While thinking about that, I will await for that day to come any day. I who became a useless adult, I imagined that she would steadily grow up. That wouldn't be bad either, as I thought, as I imagined it in my mind. Kiss. Suddenly, I felt a soft texture on my cheek. Amelia stood up and gave me a kiss on the cheek. It's a promise. Yeah, a promise it shall. Though I was slightly surprised by that action, but then it was just a child. I showed her a kind smile, and pat the girl's head. From afar, the mother of Amelia was calling out to her, and as Amelia was trying to fix her hair down, she ran back to her mom with a pitter-patter sound. A new friend, it seems. Nano desu. It seems that I have my first candidate in the future. Emily and I then smiled and waved Amelia goodbye, and beside we saw the appearance of Celeste and Eve. Celeste came back empty-handed, but Eve was holding a huge sum of carrots. Frankly speaking, I couldn't see the appearance of Eve at all. With that mountain of carrots that she was holding, I could only see her legs. Though for Celeste, for some reason her eyes were opened wide as far as she could, and was watching me. What's the problem? Why, y'all were getting married, Rita-san? But she said when she grown up, you promised her, that is, Don't tell me I was one step behind, eh? What kind of weird thing is she saying? What was being ahead? Is she saying that Amelia was one step ahead of her? But why? Celeste was extremely down. It's as if her face was showing that tomorrow's the end of the world, and she was being comforted by the girl with a mountain of carrots. Don't mind, I'll give you the roots of the carrot. Hearing a half-hearted kindness is hard. For some reason I felt that some screws inside Celeste were blown up, leaving smokes and rushing to leave. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I Am the Strongest Chapter 68. Celeste, who finally came back, a beautiful girl with a luscious long hair which makes her look like a model, and I can't help but looking at her in awe. Sorry for the wait, it seems that there are some abnormal occurrence in Turaru Dungeon's drowsy slimes. It took some time before I was done with it. Sorry for the wait, it seems that there are some abnormal occurrence in Turaru Dungeon's drowsy slimes. It took some time before I was done with it. Abnormal occurrence? Occasionally, dungeons would spawn a huge sum of the same monster at the same time. Don't you know about it? It can't be helped, Nano Desu. Normally you won't notice that there would be an abnormal occurrence happening, Desu. And with everyone partaking in the festival, fewer people would dive into the dungeon, making it harder to notice, Desu. I was convinced when Emily explained it for me. Normally there would be adventurers diving into dungeons daily, though we do not know when the abnormal occurrence would come. But the fate of those insects would be crushed by adventurers who are already used to the motion of defeating monsters in the dungeon hundreds of thousands of times. Are you okay with that? Bunny has finally seen heaven, as usual for Eve, who was buried by a mountain of carrots. It is no longer Eve but carrots, as usual for Eve, who was buried by a mountain of carrots. It is no longer Eve but carrots. It's so cool that there are a lot, Desu. The salvation of carrots. Wow, it makes me wanna make some dishes, Desu. For some reason Emily said that in a monotonous voice. Emily, I really want to make some dish using carrots, Desu. Eat more carrots, Eve as usual said some Eve-like words. I'll immediately make some now, Desu. Maybe some green peppers stuffed with carrots would be great, Desu. Maybe some green peppers stuffed with carrots would be great, Desu. Bunny has a suggestion. How about stuffing carrots inside of a carrot? No, wait, wouldn't that just be carrots? I wonder how it would turn out to be. Celeste and I both looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Yes, Desu tilde. Thus in order to make those dishes I'll head back first, Desu. I want Celeste-san and Yoda-san to go around first, Desu. Besides Eve, who wants carrots, nobody else is allowed to come home first, Nano Desu. Wait, why are we prohibited? While bitterly laughing I looked beside me, and I saw that Celeste somehow knew about something and sighed. Emily then winked at her, and brought Eve back home. What's with that? Well, Emily. Even though she doesn't have to do that, well, it should be fine, since Emily is really good at cooking. You'll never know if we see a carrot stuffed into another carrot and we would go, woo. You should also know how great she is. I know, but I understand, but that's not what I mean. ? Why was Celeste fidgeting while saying that? It's alright, I trust in Emily, I said as I cut her off. It's alright, I trust in Emily, I said as I cut her off. Celeste, who was shocked, this time showed an adorable look. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of Emily, because you would go that far as to trust her. Even I. What are you saying? I would also trust Celeste too, eh? Again Celeste was shocked. It's like a roller coaster of emotions being shown on her face. You trust in me? Yep. For example, the increase goblin. You should know what I'm talking about, eh? Yeah, it's a monster from the usual informational. Celeste is back, as she was explaining to me about the increase goblin that I've just defeated a moment ago. Celeste is back, as she was explaining to me about the increase goblin that I've just defeated a moment ago. Even though I just said the name, she could already give me an in-depth explanation about the monster from the location to what it drops, whereas if I asked Emily she would respond with a "I'm not sure" face, which is a great contrast to the both of them. And also, is there anything else about the increased goblin? No, not that. It's about Celeste. Phew. It's obvious that Celeste has an extremely strong wide-range magic with incredible power, and in our family you're the most reliable, plus your knowledge is vast too. If I'm not mistaken, Celeste has already remembered each and every monster in Shikaro's dungeon in your head, right? It's obvious that Celeste has an extremely strong wide-range magic with incredible power, and in our family you're the most reliable, plus your knowledge is vast too. If I'm not mistaken, Celeste has already remembered each and every monster in Shikaro's dungeon in your head, right? Yeah, the moment I came to the city, I went around and remembered everything. In spite of that, she had an expression as of, "And what's wrong with that?" In spite of that, she had an expression as of, "And what's wrong with that?" I'm pretty sure that she hasn't realized just how amazing she actually is, and that made me even more positive than before. That's awesome. It's to the point where if Celeste is not around, I can't think anymore. That's awesome. It's to the point where if Celeste is not around, I can't think anymore. That means ... you need me because important, Celeste said as she spoke each word slowly. Of course, aren't we always friends? TLN, friend zone? Of course, aren't we always friends? TLN, friend zone? Rita-san. Celeste stared at me for a really long time, and suddenly she can't help but laugh earnestly. Celeste stared at me for a really long time, and suddenly she can't help but laugh earnestly. You do know that what you're saying is really horrible? You do know that what you're saying is really horrible? Wait. Horrible? In what? The phrase, "We'll always be friends." What's wrong about that? What's wrong about that? Foo. But that's alright. I won't think too much about it, as long as I don't give up now. Foo. But that's alright. I won't think too much about it, as long as I don't give up now. Giving up in? What's more, I will work even harder than before from now on. As Celeste said that, she naturally smiled, and I inadvertently looked at her. As Celeste said that, she naturally smiled, and I inadvertently looked at her. Okay, good luck with that, I said as I was speechless. Okay, good luck with that, I said as I was speechless. As the conversation seemed to be over, we went around and enjoyed the festival before going back home. As the conversation seemed to be over, we went around and enjoyed the festival before going back home. Aside from that, the dish where you stuff carrots into a carrot was really made. Foo. Celeste and I groaned as we looked at each other. Foo. Celeste and I groaned as we looked at each other. The next day, the south end of Shikaro, the Harvest Festival Arena. The next day, the south end of Shikaro, the Harvest Festival Arena. There were a lot of people gathering around to watch me and Celeste fighting a high-guts slime. Celeste casted and a huge magic circle was formed. Holding her hands out, she ignited the words with Inferno. Celeste casted and a huge magic circle was formed. Holding her hands out, she ignited the words with Inferno. The flame burned the high-guts slime, and then Celeste squeezed her hand into a fist. The flame burned the high-guts slime, and then Celeste squeezed her hand into a fist. The flames suddenly vanished, and one could see the slime being burnt black and was about to die. I then used my normal bullet, and dealt the final blow. The crowds roared in joy. With adventurers and normal bystanders, and also tourists. All of them were gathered around at the arena. That Nei-chan is amazing. The high-guts slime must have reflected that huge damage back, but she was uninjured. That Nei-chan is amazing. The high-guts slime must have reflected that huge damage back, but she was uninjured. She used such strong magic, plus making fine adjustments here and there. If I were to face with that monster without any technique, I would have not come out unscathed. Celeste from Royal Family. Having such high-level magic without a name it's as if they are completely trusting her for everything. She might as well be the true leader of the family. Hey, check it out. The girl who was struggling and burning mountains of trash was now being praised wildly by everyone, and she turned around smiling while waving at everyone. The girl who was struggling and burning mountains of trash was now being praised wildly by everyone, and she turned around smiling while waving at everyone. And, I somehow skipped a beat, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 69. Guess which is my fav? Chapter ATM, featured image credited, Kano Subamegaman. The last day of the Harvest Festival. With my friends doing different things on their own, I leisurely went around the city. As usual, Shikoro is still a never-changing city where it's busy during the festival. While I was glossing over the city, one shop had my interest. It was a tent built like a huge tennis court, and from within I could hear yellow screams and someone contesting. On the other hand, people working at the shop do not appear to mind the screaming or hesitating even when listening to that sound. Instead, they were making a fuss as much as possible to lure them in. I was wondering what's happening when I turned to that direction. Someone spoke to me. Monster House? What's that? This is an attraction for kids, you see. Oh, it's Elsa. Elsa was the one who spoke to me. The girl who wore a shopkeeper's uniform that was pleasant to the eyes, and with her usual delightful smile she looked at me. Are you interested in the Monster House? Yeah. What kind of attraction is that? To put it simply, we bring in special type monster that deals no damage to humans into this attraction. It's rather popular with the kids these days, since the kids all look up to adventurers. Hey. There's even monsters that would deal no damage to humans, huh? Then wouldn't that monster be an all-you-can-hunt type of monster? That's why the drop is sold for a really cheap price. Ah, I see. Is it something similar to a haunted house then? It's usually seen in mangas which have ghosts, where if the character can summon spirits and make a safe and real haunted house by making good use of their ability, but I guess it seems to be similar to that. In actuality, there's an entrance and an exit, where you can see a primary school boy coming out from the exit feeling really excited and pleading their parents that they wanted to go for another round. Since I understood all of that, I started walking away from the monster house, and Elsa follows suit alongside me. That outfit, are you currently on duty? Yes, but it's alright. Though it's the same with yesterday and the day before yesterday, there wouldn't be much customers as the Harvest Festival's going on. Everyone's currently enjoying the festival. I see. Would you mind if I were to bring you somewhere? Our place have really delicious tea and snacks. Are you sure? I didn't bring anything with me though. Well, I don't see why not when Rita-san is one of our most loyal customers, Elsa said as she was smiling delightfully. If she said so, then I guess why not tag along. Oh yeah, is that girl still around? That girl? It's the girl from the day before yesterday. Because she wanted to be an adventurer no matter what, so she ventured out from her village, and it seems like she is looking for a party to join. So she has an aspiration to become an adventurer, huh? Yes. Even after asking around they refused her. Why though? They just blatantly decided that she doesn't have any abilities and thus rejected her. She's level 1 and her max level is up until 2, her abilities are weak too, so even if she were to join in the fray she would just be a demerit to the party. That is indeed sad. TLN, smirk. Another lol I get, even though she could have been anything else other than an adventurer. But no matter what she said, she won't give up this dream of hers. I really hope she could find someone. While Elsa and I were chatting along, we arrived at her shop. She calmed herself down and went back into her working smile and reached for the doorknob. Well, come on in. Sorry for interrupting. And from within the store, Elsa was rustling on something. And in contrarily, for the first time in a while, there were a team of 3 adventurers over there. Wait for a while, I'll make tea. Are you seriously going in to make some tea? While trying to obstruct what Elsa had just said, a cheerful girl's voice echoed in the store. Looking at where the sound is coming from, a gorgeous and lively girl with ponytail with a bright personality was there. She was right behind the counter, so it's a bit hard to see who she was from behind. Have you finally found it, But I'm glad. There's someone that accepted you. That's right, you indeed do have talent. A talent that shines brightly in the dungeon. This voice. What's wrong, Ryu-san? While not replying to Elsa, I walked towards the girl, and I finally saw the appearance of the girl who was hiding behind the counter. A well-dressed, energetic elderly man was there. I remember him. He was the guy who spouts nonsense like dream or hope in the dungeon, and he himself did nothing at all. While brainwashing people, he made the other two do all the work till they were all battered up, and the girl overlapped with the appearances of the two. I can already imagine the future of that girl. Now, let's head to the dungeon for your dreams. Wait just a minute. While cutting them off, I stepped in front of the guy and girl, obstructing them. Gazing at the man who was being glanced by me frowned his eyebrows. What do you want? I want to be that person's friend. What? Towards me? All this time I thought I was useless, but why all of a sudden, the girl was shocked at the conversation that me and that elderly man was talking. I can't let this girl be deceived by some brainwashing, perv guy. TLN, definitely did not add on, suddenly glaring at me and then interrupting me. Isn't that just rude? I won't hand over the girl. Do you know him? Even so, I won't give her to someone like you. With the shop being so few people, the atmosphere was getting way quieter from before. Only the adventurer, the clerk, and the girl. Everyone is watching over this while being breathless. With a cold glare, the elderly man looked at me. There was a strong hostility on his eyes. It was like he was saying ... Stop interfering with me, you brat. Looking at those pair of eyes, I thought that I will absolutely not let this girl go with this guy, even though I can't help those who are already brainwashed. But if I can, I would stop them before they were being led on. I reached my hand on my gun holster. This is only the worst case scenario. Are you sure you want to be friends with Ryu-san? Suddenly, a cheerful voice cuts into the tense atmosphere. It was Elsa. Elsa said to that girl while putting her hands on her hips while staring at her. Congratulations. You're the first one to be getting the most attention in being invited to the Ryu family. Aren't you one lucky girl, huh? Lou, lucky girl? Me? Yes, because it's the Ryu family. Yes, though their numbers are fairly low, but they are the hottest topic in Shikaro right now, and they've also helped out with the dungeon chief in completing some huge requests too. As Elsa was continuing, her friend Ina came out from nowhere and added on. She was also highly praising our family. Are they such powerful people? Yes, he is indeed amazing, you know. Elsa and Ina both looked at me and praised me even more, was what I thought, but it haven't ended. And that is the rumored Rita, Satu. And it seems like he helped cleaned up a mess that Neptune has made the day before yesterday. Are you for real? Is it really that Neptune from that Neptune family's Neptune? Acting like those small number of adventurers who loves to gossip, they once again praised me even highly, and because of that, the girl was looking at me with high expectation. Her eyes immediately turned to the look of respecting and aspiration. Tsk. The elderly man clicked him tongue. After hiding from me hatefully, he walked away with a big stomach. I guess it seemed that the girl who came to admire me was not suitable for brainwashing anymore. In reality, the girl didn't even look at the guy anymore. As Elsa and Ina was both praising me highly, the girl has been looking at me with glittering eyes. As that man leave the store, I secretly stroked my chest. I was relieved that I barely managed to rescue a girl from being caught by the black. I hold on to the girl and brought her outside of the shop. What is your name? TLN, direct translate Kimi no Nameha. It's Alice. I see. Well, my name is Saturita. Let's do our best from now on. Well then, I guess I should introduce you to my teammates first, and to also persuade them. Even though I've managed to take her away from that guy that works for the Black Company, how should I persuade my team then? Though I can't foresee that they'll disagree to this, so I guess I'll just straight up bring her back and talk to them. There are two low-level people, out of nowhere. Eve appeared, the girl with a bunny ear and wearing a bunny suits, and with her usual ennui gaze she was looking at us, but this time she was only focusing on Alice. I hate low level, dash. You can't do that. Cutting her off from getting close to Alice, I in return received the chop. A pecky sound came out from the chop. It sort of hurt. Low level is hindering me. I'm not trying to interfere, but please don't simply chop random people. But I hate low level. It's true that Alice's level is low. Even though her maximum is at 2, she would still be considered as having a low level. But it's a no-no. If you chop her, then I would not give you any carrots for a year. Dash. Eve is in a despair. She fell down on the ground and did an oars pose, and her bunny ears suddenly lost its energy and flopped downwards. Because the threat was too effective, I was worried in return. Wait, it's not like that. If you become like that, I would become troubled in return. As long as you don't chop her, I won't take away the carrots from you. Really? Yeah. I won't be that horrible. For the sake of carrots, I'll hold back. Oh, okay. If it's like that, then it's fine. Eve then immediately stood up straight, and she immediately approached in front of me and did an extremely quick chop. Well, if she can do with me, then it's fine. Oh right, I want to add her in as our team. Is that fine? Eve then looked at Alice. Carrot, love, I'm sorry, I'm sort of bad with carrots. Then, it's good. Is that alright? Because there's no competition. Oh, so that's what you meant. Well, I have Eve's approval. I wonder if the other two would agree too. I'll convince them. If you give me carrots, Bunny would go convince them in return. Eve then stared at me with an extremely shiny eyes. This is more of the eyes of scrounging for carrots. It's not as if Emily or Celeste would disagree, and it's not like Eve convincing them would be any better. But I can't win against this ennui glare. Okay, fine. If you can convince the both of them, I'll give you carrots for an entire day. Leave it to me. Even if heaven and earth were to flip upside down and the stars would fall, I will definitely convince the both of them for you. TLN, literally no punctuation. You're strangely talkative and poetic, huh? Like a fanga. Eve went straight ahead. TLN, most probably a Dragon Quest reference. As usual, she loves wasting needless energy for the sake of carrots. Though that enthusiasm is scary, but for now I'll leave her to it. After Eve went ahead to convince them, I got a feeling I would have to properly tell them afterwards though. But I'll let even who wants carrots to do it for now. After Eve finally left, I turned and looked at Alice. Let's go to a dungeon then. Really? You're sort of similar to Eve. Is going to dungeon really that great of a thing? That's because I was born from the dungeon. Born from the dungeon? My mom, who was giving birth to me, while she was doing a job in the dungeon, I just suddenly pop out, and thus I was being born in the dungeon. That's why I wanted to go to a dungeon ever since. So you were born in the dungeon ... And what's more, when it's during field work. Wait, is it alright to call it field? Well, another name for Shikaro is an agricultural city, because every dungeon drops vegetables. In a way it's similar to a field work. We came to Nonium, since there's no one hindering us inside this dungeon. Since this dungeon has been marked as a dungeon that drops nothing at all, so other than Margaret and the gang which hunts for air, no one would come here. And normally it would be empty. We stepped in front of the entranced and stopped in front of the know-it-all board. Try touching this. Okay. Alice did what was told and operated it. There her status appeared. Level, 1/2. HP, F. MP, E. Strength, F. Endurance, F. Intelligence, E. Mentality, E. Speed, F. Dexterity, F. Luck, D. Vegetation, F. Animal, F. Mineral, F. Magic, F. Special item, E. So this is Alice's current status, huh? Seems like it, since this is my second time looking at it. Is that so? There's nothing like this back in my village, so when I first came to Shikaro, the first thing I did was to try this out. After Alice finished saying, she stared straight at her own status. To be honest, if I were to put it in one word for her status, it would be despair. Her level cap is 2, and her abilities are all F and E. Besides her special item, the rest of her drops are F, so she won't be final F. But if her vegetation is F, then there is no point in coming to Shikaro at all. Thus I sort of understand why, even if she were to plead for others to let her join their party, They flat out refused her. Thus I thought of various things. I was thinking back about the things that I've done before, after leveling up once for her, and letting her eat the dropped magical fruit from the rogue monster and gaining 2 magic, and also using various equipments and potion to boost her drop. For now I guess this is fine. If it's like that, then she should be able to fight in dungeons. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just forming a plan. For now let's go in first. To up your level. Today, there's N.O. Body in Nunium's first floor. I thought that Margaret and CO would be here doing their air business, but I guess not. What's the matter? This is amazing. Dungeons are indeed awesome. Amazing? It seems so calm. Is it that calming in a place like this? It was sort of a weird sensation for me. There are a lot of types in the dungeon. When you first look at Nonium you would immediately think of a limestone cave, where from the ground till the ceiling it's a cave-like place full of rock pillars. There was never a time I felt calm when diving into Nonium. What's more, the air is somewhat nostalgic. Maybe it's because you were born from a dungeon. Is that so? I'm glad that I came to a dungeon, as Alice sighed in relieved. Then she murmured deeply, well then, let's go ahead and defeat some monsters. Let's go over there then. Out of nowhere, as if she wouldn't get lost, Alice turned around and ran straight ahead. Is over there? No, it's not that, but why there? Well, that's because there are a lot of monsters over there. I'm well versed when it comes to the first floor of Nonium, because of how many times I've come here, the place where monsters would sp.a.w.n, the place where monsters would ambush, and the one place where there is an extremely high rate of monsters sp.a.w.ning. The place where Alice wanted to go is an area where skeletons gathered there the most. Of course you won't be able to see it from here, and you won't feel any presence either, but it's as if Alice knew about it and just said it. Have you been here before? Then why would I know? Alice herself is now puzzled. Know about it? Didn't you know about it? Yeah, it's like I knew that there would be a lot of monsters over there. Is that because you're born from the dungeon? That might be the case. Instead of deeply thinking about it, she just ignored it and smiled instead. Then would you know the place where there are no monsters around? I know, but why? Let's think what happened just now. After that, 20 minutes has passed. With Alice's guidance we walked, and until now there are no skeletons around at all. After Alice said, let's go to a path where there's no monster, as what she said there are no monsters around at all. Hey, why are we doing this? Aren't we supposed to be fighting monsters? Alice then tilted her head. She still doesn't realize just how awesome she is right now. For adventurers, it's freaking amazing to not encounter those annoying monsters for 20 minutes. For me, who has been memorizing the path of the dungeon, I still can't do something as amazing as that. Even though I know the exact point of where they would sp.a.w.n, but since the monsters would move around randomly, they would not always be at the same spot. No matter how many times I walk, I would definitely encounter at least one of them. That's awesome. What is? Being an airhead is something to be feared. Alice tilted her head in puzzlement, and was floating on top of her head. Amazing. What's that? Doesn't that hurt? Amazing. When we were heading back, Alice was constantly praising me with the word amazing. That's because there are currently 10 skeletons surrounding me, and the skeletons are all attacking me. Using back the method I used before, I utilized my stats of HP and endurance. It's a method where I don't defeat the monsters and just pull them towards me. Alice, can you stay slightly away from me? As per what I said, she stood slightly further away from me. Then I took out my gun and loaded bullets, with 5 bullet enhancers inside, and 1 restrained bullet. I shot it beneath my legs. The bullet shone brightly, and the 10 skeletons was wrapped by the light rope. Calmly, I went away from the skeletons, though I don't know how long it will last, but with 5 bullet enhancer to strengthen the restrained bullet, it's probably gonna restrain them for a pretty long time. Since I want to know just how long it would last, so this time I will test it out right now. But for now it's Alice's turn. I want you to try and defeat them, though it's just my speculation. but if you were to defeat all of them, you would reach to level 2. I understand, but how should I? It's my first time fighting a monster. Oh, that's right. Why not try using that rock over there and attack them? This right. Listening to my commands, Alice took a basketball-sized rock and lifted it up. Besides it being large, it seems to be quite heavy too. Holding on to that, I heard her saying, "Heave-ho," while lifting it up and attacking one of the restrained skeleton. Attacking the defenseless skeleton, the bones cracked and it turned into dust. I did it. Then do the same thing to the rest of them. Like so, she defeated the skeletons one by one, even though the rock was heavy and it took some time for her to hit, but in that time the restrained bullet did not wear off, and in around 5 minutes she managed to defeat all 10 of the skeletons. Ah, did you level up? I then brought the overly excited Alice outside the dungeon, and asked her to check her status at the know-it-all board. Level 2 halves, HP, F, MP, D, Strength, F, Endurance, F, Intelligence, E, Mentality, E, Speed, F, Luck, D, Vegetation, F, Animal, F, Mineral, F, Magic, F, Special Item, E. Based on what I remembered, only her MP increased, the rest had no changes. With this she has reached her level cap, which is sort of painful, but with her MP increased, let's move on to the next step and let her have a magical fruit. Wait, no, if only her MP has been raised, is it best for her to eat the magic fruit and return her level to 1 forever? If her level returns to 1, then her MP would fall from D to E, and in return she would learn a great deal of magic. There might be that possibility. Well, we can just slowly think about that. Hey, can we go back in? Did you drop something? That's not it. Just now those bony were telling me to quickly go in. They told you? You mean the skeletons? But I did not hear anything of that sort. But they told me that. Phew, though I don't understand what she meant. But I guess there's something inside. Saying that she was nostalgic when diving into the dungeon, and also knowing where the exact location of the monsters are. Saying that she heard them talk. There must be something inside. Okay, let's go back in then. With a br.i.m.m.i.n.g. Smile, Alice immediately flew back inside the dungeon. While following her from behind, we went back into the first floor, and immediately we encountered a skeleton. For now let's use a restrained bullet to stop it. What are you doing? It's saying to defeat it. Are you for real? For some reason all I could think of is this was some kind of joke. On the other hand, Alice was closing in on the skeleton. This time she was holding on to a thin and long limestone and stabbed the skeleton. As the rock did not have much power, it took her a few stabs to defeat the skeleton. The battered up bones was about to vanish, was what I thought, but something different happened. The bones gathered in one place, and shone brightly and further condensed together. What's going on? After the light became dimmer, I saw something new for the first time over there. It was really small, an adorable skeleton. The size is like those Gakapon machine you twist and get from inside. It's like a deformed version of it. It then moved, with its bones rattling it moved. To be honest, it was extremely adorable. Let's do our best from now on. As Alice spoke, she opened her palms and let the SD skeleton stand on her palms and talk to her. Let's do our best from now on. This fellow is gonna fight with us from now on. Hey, something impossible just happened right in front of me. For a while I was put speechless. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 71. I'm perhaps witnessing something amazing right in front of me now. TLN note, hey readers, I'm sorry that I'm not reading as much comments as of late. Studies and real life are getting me, and I'm also trying to hold on to having at least 2 chapters ahead of schedule so my Patreon supporters would get that benefit from supporting me. I do read them, but if I did not reply or did not like it, it doesn't mean I didn't read it. It's just that I had to attend to other work. Say TM. Maybe once some break starts I will start reading back all your lovely comments. Thank you again for supporting my work and have a pleasant day, night. 3. Featured image credited Nice koi, I'm perhaps witnessing something amazing right in front of me now. Tararu Dungeon. First floor. A skeleton is currently fighting a slime. The slime was originally from this dungeon. On the other hand, the skeleton is different from the skeleton that I used to see. The deformed skeleton then returned to being its original size. For some reason the form had a weird charm to it. The bony figure originally would give you a frightening feeling, but the skeleton right now is kind of comical, and the slime and skeleton are currently battling with each other. Go. Good luck. Alice was cheering slightly further away. Of course it's for the skeleton. Tararu Dungeon. In the first floor where there should only be slimes, an Onium monster is currently present here. Since monsters are supposed to be annihilated just by being in a different floor, much less being in a different dungeons themselves, having a skeleton in here is something to fathom about. As I was watching the fight between the skeleton and the slime, eventually the skeleton narrowly won the match. Though he won, but his arms are peeling apart and his skull is fractured. Amazing. Is awesome. Ah, want to return back? TLN, it's the skeleton's name from the previous chapter. The skeleton nodded its head, and a sound rose and dissipates. Then it became to the SD-sized skeleton. Its arms were not peeled anymore, and its skull wasn't fractured too. It returned back to 100% of itself and went to Alice's side. Alice opened her palms and let the SD skeleton jumped on her palms, and rubbed on its cheeks like a small animal. You did a great job, hone hone. Rattle rattle rattle. Even though the skeleton wasn't talking, but its movements were comical, and was replying to Alice. I then went ahead and picked up the dropped bean sprouts from the defeated slime, and checked it. It was quite the amount. From my experience the drop rate would probably be around C. Picking it up, I talked to Alice. Can you make that skeleton big again? I can, though it seems to use some MP. If you can, hone hone. Alice then raised both her hands up like a cup, and the SD skeleton that was riding on her hands suddenly became big again, and its appearance doesn't seem to have any injuries at all, so it even heals its wounds. Once it returns it will heal everything. That's cool. Wait, why is this even happening in the first place? You don't know? But Hone Hone would always call me Yan-chan. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Maybe because it is also born in the dungeon and thus it's your fellow comrade? That must be it. Even though I thought that it was something crazy, but I guessed it from the content of the conversation. But with it Alice was thoroughly convinced. Skeleton. No. Hone Hone once again went close to her side, though I don't have any basis for this, but for now let's put it that way. What's wrong now? Is calling me Puru Puru. Is it the slime? Alice then did a huge nod. For some reason, her naming sense, I could sort of guess what it was. For skeleton it would be Hone Hone, for slime it would be Puru Puru. I wonder what she would name the other monsters. This piqued my interest. Then Alice and Hone Hone, the three of us, then continued onwards into the dungeon. Along the way a young adventurer who wasn't far away from us was shocked when he saw Hone Hone. Monster? No wait, a monster can't be this cute, right? What's more, there can only be slimes here, was what he said after he was shocked and convinced himself. After a while we arrived at the location where a monster was there. There was one slime, and it was hopping in a vertical direction. Is it that? Who called you? Because it was asking me to defeat it. Wanna try it? As I finished saying I took out my gun and aimed at it. It seems that if it's not me then it won't work. I see. I somehow knew it, and lowered down my arms in order for her to handle it. Whereas for her, she let Hone Hone do the beating. Good luck, Hone Hone. I'll cheer for you. Maybe it's because of Alice's cheering. Hone Hone had even higher tension than before while heading against the slime's direction. Though I don't know whether the skeleton had risen its tension when fighting its enemy, but the moment it changed into its weird and charming form, I sort of understood. And thus the battle between the skeleton and the slime, because both of them are weak monsters, they would hit once and retreat. The slime managed to attack the Hone Hone's head off, was what I thought when it used its own head and kicked it at it. Is that alright with you? Subconsciously I tsukami it. Hone Hone's skull rotated at a high speed whilst heading towards the slime, managed to hit the jelly part and half of it was blown away. The slime was then defeated, but it didn't disappear. Similar to what had happened to the skeleton, its body shone brightly, and condensed into one spot, and it then became a slime the size of palm. Though its form didn't exactly change much, but it had an extremely adorable eyes attached to it now. Good work Hon Hon. It's nice to meet you Puru Puru. The skeleton that returned to being SD jumped onto Alice's palms while making some rattling sounds, and the slime which also become SD size topped vertically onto Alice's other palm. I guess you made another younger brother. No, this is different. Didn't they call you An-chan? Hon Hon is a girl, so it's not. You're a girl. The SD skeleton, Hon Hon's face, or more like its skull, was slightly dyed in red. Are you for real? Hon Hon and Puru Puru then knocked out a slime. Even though the both of them became big, they are both deformed charming figures, was fighting against the original figure, slime that should act like a monster. Go Tilda, you can do it Tilda. Alice, who was cheering for them, maybe because of that, it resulted in the both of them defeating the slime. The slime then dropped bean sprouts and disappeared. Hon Hon and Puru Puru then became many-sized and the both of them jumped towards Alice's hands. Even though Hon Hon was cute, but Puru Puru was also extremely adorable. Based on the size, its cuteness is similar to a smartphone's strap holder or a decoration that you put near your computer. After the both of them won the battle, they were being overwhelmed by Alice, and jumped on her shoulder. That increased its cuteness by another level. Hey, Rita. Yeah, thank you. Because of Rita's help that I was able to meet with Hon Hon and Puru Puru. I didn't really do anything worthy though, but still, thank you. Hon Hon and Puru Puru also felt the same towards you. Alice, who had a brimming smile floating on her face, and Hon Hon, who was rattling around, and also Puru Puru, who was hopping around happily. Though I don't really know what they are doing, but it feels like they are trying to thank me. Suddenly, I saw a group that wanted Alice to join. It was the elderly man who was spouting nonsense like dreams and being moved, and his subordinates, which were the young guy and girl. The guy and girl's condition worsened from when I last met them, and a tragic feeling drifted around them. I know that expression all too well, as I've seen it before back when I was working for the company. Even though it was the Harvest Festival, but they still had to work even on a holiday, and without even noticing us then went straight to the next floor. Rita? Sorry, I was caught up with my own thoughts. Anyhow, I'm glad that you get to meet them. Thank you Rita. Alice did a big nod and had an extremely happy expression on her face. Looking at her, I was really glad that I stopped her from joining that evil guy who was just trying to use her. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 72. At night, while the city is still crowded on the final day of the Harvest Festival, I brought Alice back to my home. At night, while the city is still crowded on the final day of the Harvest Festival, I brought Alice back to my home. A new and isolated 3-story house built with the technology to defend against magical wind. That was where I brought Alice to. I'm back. Sorry for interrupting. I who normally came back, but Alice was also fearless and brightly came in too. Following me to the steps to the second floor, there Emily and Celeste, and Eve was there. Eve was currently seated and was eating something that was on an iron plate used to cook steak. Looking at it closely, it was actually carrots. She had an enchanted look on her face, and using the knife and fork skillfully to cut the carrots, she ate it one by one. Welcome back Yoda-san. I'm back Emily. Did Emily make that? Since Eve-chan has informed us of something good, as a reward I made a hamburger made using carrots for her. Disu. Hamburger with carrots? Yes Disu. Emily nodded, and I went close to Eve to take a look at that iron plate. At first I thought it was just a carrot, but as I looked at the finer details of it, I could see the cut sliced head stuffings kneaded together, making look like the shape of a sliced hamburger. Though the smell and shape was exactly like a carrot. Why is something like this happening again? I wanted to try something adventurers today Disu. This was the reason Bunny was born for. Eve said as she was moved by the carrot hamburger. Seems really popular. I'm glad Jisoo. I want to be able to eat your carrots forever. Seems like you're being proposed. TH that would be troublesome Jisoo, Emily said as she was flustered. Though I have some interest towards the carrot hamburger, but I leave that for later. First off, I should introduce Alice to everyone first, was what I thought, but adorable. While the carrot caught hold of my attention for a while, I saw that Celeste was really close to Alice. Her eyeballs were in the shape of hearts, and was extremely enchanted by her figure. Celeste, adorable. Their names are TLN. Please read TLN note at the bottom of the page. What is this adorableness? Can I rub it against my cheeks? Yeah, so the both of you. How about it? Alice was telling to the both ST-sized monsters on her shoulders. Even though the two bodies can't talk, but they further hide behind her shoulders. They're frightened by you. Boo. But why? Celeste went into a state of gan. Suddenly, something came to mind. I remembered the day when we came back from Sulin Dungeon and was moving to a new home, and I saw a lot of fancy dolls in the luggage that Celeste was carrying when she was moving into our home. Maybe because Bonnie-chan and Jumpy-san looks like dolls to her, plus they move in a comical way. Even I as a male thought that it was adorable. And it seems that the adorableness has greatly affected Celeste. That's fine and all. But this would never end and I can't properly introduce Alice to them. Alice, can they also become big besides in the dungeon? Let's try it out. Bonnie-chan, Jumpy-san, as Alice asked them. The two body that was hiding behind her shoulders enlarged. It returned back into the battle form. It seems like it's possible. Alright, if it's like that. SOOOADORABLE tilde. As I was trying to finish my sentence, someone cuts me off. Celeste's eyes were becoming more of a heart shape when staring at the two bodies. What a bunch of adorable little creatures. I just want to rub them on my cheeks so badly. No, tonight I will sleep with them. The two bodies that returned to their original sizes became even more frightened and tried to hide behind Alice's back. It's alright. It's just a sleepover. It's just sleeping. Judging from your speech, it doesn't seem to be the case. Slurp, TLN, what in tarnation Celeste? Question mark. What is that slurp supposed to indicate? Instead of flipping out, it sounded more of like a tsukami. Celeste who has an eye that really wants to. It's a rather surreal imagery currently. What should I do, Rita? If it comes to this, you might as well make it so they can't be seen. Can't be seen. Okay, I got it. Please turn back the both of you. Then Bonnie-chan and Jumpy-san turned back into their ST size. Alice then proceeds to pick up the both of them, and went into her bosom so they cannot be seen. In that instant, Celeste's extremism died down, though instead it turned into dejection. I have no words for it. What a weird person. You're one to say. Out of nowhere Eve appeared and mentioned, and while flipping out I tsukami her. After asking everyone to have a sit at the living room, I once again introduce Alice to everyone. I'm Alice, nice to meet ya all. I want her to be one of our teammates. What do ya all think? No objection. Celeste was the first to answer. And the reason, I can already imagine. Celeste, please calm down for a second or they'll end up hiding from you forever. But, they're adorable alright? They're adorable? They are like cute little angels you know? Though they're monsters, I won't deny they're cute but. Then Eve, I hate low levels. As I expected. By the way, Alice, do you like carrots? Sorry, I'm sort of bad with it. If that's the case, then let's give Alice's carrots to Eve. Bunny will give 1,000,000 votes to agree. One person per vote, so do it properly. Eve being Eve. She is serious in the most common things. And the last was Emily, as I looked at her. So how about Emily? I'm sorry Jisoo. I was thinking about other stuff Jisoo. Something else? Alice-chan, can you please make that skeleton big once more Jisoo? Alice then looked at me, and had a face as if saying what should I do? Eve, hold on to Celeste right now. Yes, you're ninja. TLN. Little English using Jap. Then Alice returned Bonnie-chan into her original size. Celeste, who was restrained by Eve, was yelling things like, as I knew it's so adorable. for now she has to endure it. Is that alright, Emily? Without any answer from Emily, she went close to Skeleton. I knew it, Desu. Its clothes is battered nano Desu, eh? Since it's a skeleton, at first it didn't bother me too much, but the skeleton's clothes were in batters. Since all of the skeletons have that same appearance, though Bonnie-chan became more adorable, but her clothes were still the same as the rest. Oh, poor you nano Desu. Is that so? Wait here for a moment, no Desu. Emily then went up to the third floor with pitter-patter footsteps. I was wondering what she was doing, but immediately her pitter-patter footsteps indicated that she has returned. She brought a one-piece dress along with her. Try wearing this, no Desu. It's my hobby in doing these in my free time, nano Desu. I didn't know she had that kind of hobby. Wait, since Emily is capable of doing a million house chores, it really suits her. Emily brought the clothes for the skeleton to wear. But Foo, Celeste exclaimed. At last, her image has collapsed. Bonnie-chan, who had it's nice and all, but I was staring at Bonnie-chan. How is it? Is it bad, nano Desu? I think it's cute though. For real, even though not as serious as Celeste, but Emily and Alice also agreed. Is it only me then? I don't think Yes. The clothes that Emily brought was a frilly dress dyed in black, which is similar to a goth lily dress, though it would suit any girls out there, but the one who is wearing it right now is all bones. What can I say? I'm speechless. Since Bonnie-chan is a girl, it fits her perfectly. Oh yeah, I've forgotten about that. Bonnie-chan was rattling around, but her white skull was suddenly dyed in red. I myself think that it's not necessarily bad, but it's also okay. Well, anyways, Emily, Celeste, and even Eve, I guess everyone agreed to let Alice into our team, and I sighed in relieved. As the Harvest Festival came to an end, the city has become eerily quiet. We were outside because I was sending Alice back to her house. I let her stay at our previous 150k Puro 2 LDK home that we rented. It's not that we didn't have enough space, that's why. Only Alice would be living at that house. Just so you know, they didn't seem to mind that Alice could become friends with the monsters. It is a well-known fact that there are people who can do it, although rarely. Even though it was rare, they were not surprised in the least. I'm sorry that you have to live alone. That's alright. I'm extremely happy right now. Since I had nowhere to stay previously, I was thinking that we would have to stay in the dungeon. Is it alright to let the two of them out in the middle of the city? My question was towards the one who was rattling and the one who was hopping around Alice's shoulders. Just so you know, Bonnie-chan still had the appearance of being battered up, since when they returned back into their ST size the clothes would stay the same, even though it suited her, but it would be a pain to always let her wear it each time she transforms into her original form. Yes. If I'm with them I don't care where we are. Alice then smiled at the both of them and patted their heads, though she didn't directly answer, but I'm pretty sure they're happy to be with Alice anywhere too. Suddenly Alice stopped dead on her tracks, and looked at the opposite direction. What's wrong? Someone's calling me. A new kid, Fumu, going to recruit another teammate again. I wonder. I'm not sure myself. Well, let's leave it for tomorrow, since it's getting late right now. So many things have happened too. Let's get some rest first. That's right. Alice then nodded. For now we walked together and finally arrived at the house. We both went in, and inside I can still smell the scent of Emily. The gentle and warmness, those were still remaining from the hands of Emily. Well, please go in. You are what an amazing house. I left the bare minimum furnitures here, so feel free in using them. Thank you, Rita. There's surplus rooms too, so don't mind. Yes, thank you. As Alice said that, she had a smile wrapped around her face. It was a smile that emphasized purely on gratitude without any other reason, and I was slightly happy when I saw that smile. Early in the morning, I was eating the warm breakfast that Emily made for me. In the morning Alice came straight to our home, and also Eve, who brought carrots as her ingredients over, and inferior to last night, though the five of us were noisy but we had fun talking for a while. After our breakfast, since the Harvest Festival has ended, it's time to get into the normal mode of diving into the dungeon. As I headed out of the home, while heading towards the dungeon, Something strange happened in the city, though it was crowded as usual. But everyone had a serious look on their face. The atmosphere was different during the harvest festival, and it was also different when it was just a normal daily life. What's wrong though? Excuse me, are you perhaps Rita, Sato-sama? Someone stopped me in the city. It was the voice of a guy. That's right, and who might you be? My apologizes, I'm a servant of Clint Gray-sama. I would like to seek your attendance as we have an emergency at this moment. Clint. Oh, it's the dungeon chief. The guy nodded. The dungeon chief is looking for me. I guess something must have happened. Yo, glad you came. Inside the dungeon association, I went into Clint's office, and with both of his hands he extended and greeted me. Come, sit here for now. Excuse me then. Being asked to sit at the reception sofa, the secretary then brought in 2 coffees for the both of us. Let's put around 10 plus sugar cubes. 1 is enough, okay? As usual, you're such a discreet person. Clint then put 1 sugar cube into my coffee, and put a mountain load of sugar cube into his own. The sugar cubes on top of the coffee looks like an iceberg floating in the sea. The sweet tooth Clint then drank it, and looking at him drinking gave me diabetes. I then looked away and asked him, what happened this time? To be honest, this morning all of the dungeons drop disappeared. By all of the dungeons, Tararu, Silicon, Arsenic, Bismuth, and Boron, the 5 dungeon that Shikoro has, all of their drops are gone. No matter how many times the adventurers hunted the monsters, nothing dropped at all. Are there any cases of this happening before? As I asked him back, I found myself frowning. With a world that has everything dropped by monsters in dungeons, and in it now nothing is dropping. This is an extremely huge problem, a huge case. None from my experience. This is the first time it has happened. Because of this, the adventurers were making a huge fuss over it. As you already know, there are a lot of adventurers who hold the principle of earning money each day. Each day they are earning their income, and to do that they have to dive in. Clint then nodded. Yes, the adventurers in this world hold a similar fashion towards the Edo period's people. If there are dungeons they can earn money, so many people who earn that money would immediately use them. The only exceptions are the magicians. When a magic storm hits the dungeon they could not earn any money, and it would be common sense to the magician to save up some extra money. Conversely speaking, most adventurers aren't like that, though the economy still moves because of that, and thus no such problem has never occurred to them before. What's more, those who want to create weaponry and armory has to collect a lot of drops. Thus those adventurers who can't get any drops are in an extremely bad situation now. I see. I can only ask for your help. Only you who has the power to get any drops. I can only rely on you. The dungeon chief, Clint, then holds his knees with both of his hands and bowed down. Please, was what he said. Clint, who bowed his head down, immediately asked for help. I understand. Really? I can't just overlook this situation. I just have to I have to use my full ability to find out the reason why this is happening. Thank you. Really? Thank you so much. I'm relieved hearing you say that. The dungeon chief then took both of my hands and shook them up and down. At the same time I felt a strong sense of gratitude and a feeling of relief, as well as impatience and puzzled feeling. The case of the dungeon drops vanishing. If I don't do something about it, although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 73. Tararu Dungeon, first floor. The all +1 ring, and the vegetation +3 red potion, was being fully boosted towards Emily as she took her hammer and jumped forward, closing in on the slime at an accelerating rate. In one move she countered the slime and slammed the slime with her hammer. The slime disappeared, but that's just it. As I thought, it's no use Nano Desu. That's already the 10th one. And even with your vegetation being a nothing dropped at all. This is something that has never happened before, Desu. That means, Emily and I nodded at each other. With the existence of the rogue monster coming from the paper money, it dropped a potion that boosted the drop rate, with that used by Emily to reach the world's drop it to test it out. And from within the dungeon came Eve running towards us. Her prideful bunny ears were drooping low, and her shoulders were drooping. "What's wrong?" "The carrots are dead." "Carrots don't die, but even the second floor is no good, huh?" Judging from Eve's expression, I asked her to check on the second floor whether the carrots could be dropped, but it seemed that over there was no use either. Eve was not the only one being depressed either. The adventurers around us were the same too. "Why aren't there any goddamn drops? This is bad. This is really bad. I won't be able to pay for tonight's rent. TSK, can't do shit about it. Let's just go and drink." From around us we could hear voices cursing and also people causing an uproar. Those voices were coming from the adventurers who were either coming here alone or coming here to get some money. The people inside the dungeon were getting lesser and lesser compared to last time. It was because of the disappearing of the drops phenomenon. It's not because of the reduction of drops, but literally no drops at all, even though I've only heard about it from the chief. But actually witnessing it and testing it, it was way worse than what I'd imagined. "Rita-san." This time it was Celeste that came to us from outside the dungeon. "How was it?" "It's pretty bad now, since people knew about there being no drops at all. The purchasing of goods has drastically increased. Now all types of vegetables are gone from the market." Celeste, who went to the city to check things out, was speaking heavily. "Buying up goods, huh? It couldn't be was what I thought, but I put that off as it was too early to assume things." "That's bad. By the way, how about Yoda-san no desu? How about me, huh?" And just so happened a slime appeared, and I took out my gun and loaded a normal bullet and fired. The bullet went through the slime and continued flying, and a bean sprout dropped. "Amazing. Yoda-san has draw. Dash." I immediately covered Emily's mouth as she muffled her words. I hurriedly picked up the bean sprout and threw it inside the magic cart whilst looking around. Luckily no one noticed when the drop appeared. "Mugu. Mugu mugu. Ah, sorry. Please don't speak so loudly." "Mugu." As Emily nodded, I released my hand from her mouth. I thought I was gonna die desu. Sorry. Celeste and Eve too. Please keep quiet about this." "Of course," Bunny demands. "If you want to stop Bunny, I'll give you double once this is all over." Eve nodded. "Gosh, she's easy." "But why though?" "Only Yoda-san. Is it because of that? That's mostly likely the case." Emily and I both nodded in unison. Both of our heads were thinking about the drop S. Even it wasn't working, but only Yoda-san. It's the same when it comes to the rogue monster Nano Desu. That is from Nio. Don't tell me. Something flashed in my mind, and I immediately turned to my back and ran off. "Yoda-san, where are you going?" Emily and Celeste both shouted as they followed me out. When we came out of Turu we saw Alice. "Rita, why are you in such a hurry?" "Good that you're here, Alice. You were saying something about new child? Last night, right?" "Why, yeah, though I've said it." "Where did it come from?" "Ito. Over there." Alice circled around and around, then pointed at the right hand of the direction. "There. I knew it." "Ah, Rita, wait." Before Alice could speak I cut her off and started running. Full speed ahead I ran, and arrived at Nonium. If what I thought was correct. While trying to calm my breathing, I took out both my buns and loaded them with bullets and afterwards went straight into the dungeon. Nonium, first floor. Usually it would be a place infested with skeletons, but now not one can be seen at all. Even as I walked further in, not one monster was present at all. I am familiar with this situation. It's a dungeon master, huh? As I recalled back when all the monsters disappeared in a dungeon, and if it were to be there for a long period of time it could change the entire dungeon's food chain. It's the master of the dungeon. When that appeared. It was the same back when I was insulin. This time it's Nonium's dungeon master. This time it's a situation where only I can get the drop in the whole of Shikaro. What that means? The reason why all the drops had gone missing was because of this dungeon master, though I don't have proof. But this was the only explanation I could come up with. But the atmosphere around Nonium is the exact same feeling I gotten when I was insulin. It was the same atmosphere when a dungeon master were to spawn. What's more. It was the feeling I've gotten when I was leaving the house this morning. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Geez. While cursing to myself, I continued venturing into the dungeon. It's as I predicted. I'm convinced that the Dungeon Master of Nonium is the cause of why there's no drop at all. Walking around the entire floor of the first floor, there was nothing. The second and third floor was the same when I walked around, thus I head down to the fourth floor. The moment I step foot onto this floor, I could feel something that I've never felt besides when I encountered the Dungeon Master. I'm not mistaken, it must be this floor. I stopped dead on my tracks and changed some bullets: normal bullet, freeze bullet, flame bullet, healing bullet, restrained bullet, and lastly homing bullet. I loaded all 6 bullets that I have inside. This would be the first time fighting this Dungeon Master, since I have no information whatsoever, thus I have to be prepared when the time comes. Afterwards, I followed towards the presence that I felt from the Dungeon Master. As I walked for a while, I found it. It's a monster with a form of a human shape. Its height was around 160 centimeters, and it looked like a girl, with a hair reaching the ground easily. It's probably 20 meter or longer. She wasn't wearing anything, completely naked. Though, I didn't harbor any perverted thoughts at all, rather I'm sensing a chill which made me stood straight up. This and that, I see that it had no expression, with its pale skin and emptying phosphorescence. I can't feel any liveliness from it. Instead, the feeling was similar to a zombie or a spirit type. So this is the Dungeon Master. Does it talk? Even though I aimed at it with my gun, it didn't respond at all. Because it had an appearance of a human, I thought for a second I could strike a conversation with it, but I guess I was wrong. The Dungeon Master's whole body suddenly shook. The next moment the phosphorescent was right in front of me, and I instinctively used both my arms to cross-guard. I then took a full blow from the attack and was sent flying away. Then, I adjusted myself and landed on the ground with my feet, and looked at the Dungeon Master. Even with that guard my arms were shaking, plus my HP and endurance being S. I still took quite a damage. Though, this was easier than I expected. Even a human-looking monster is still hostile until you completely knock it down. I positioned my gun and fired. I fired all of my bullets at once, though I can't hear anything. For now just go all out. But it dodged all of it. I accidentally let out my dissatisfaction. Both my left and right gun was a total of 12 bullets and the Dungeon Master was able to slip through. And since the bullet hit nothing, it went straight to the wall behind. Even the homing bullet went straight to the wall. The Dungeon Master suddenly jumped. It's fast. This time it tried to jump high up and land a kick on me. I placed my arms above and guarded. The shock penetrated my guard and it temporarily shook my head. I was blown away and crashed onto a wall. I loaded 12 normal bullets and rapidly fired. Again it dodged all of the bullets, but some of the bullets that landed on the wall bounced back. The third time it jumped at me, but since I was starting to get used to its speed I jumped back to avoid its attack and again I rapidly fired. Again all the bullet missed and some bounced back, and I did a front kick. Though I managed to land a hit, but my knee was caught. The kick that landed on its stomach was pushed inwards, and inside its stomach it seemed to swallow something in the stomach that is likely to reverse from the belly. Strong, and what's more annoying to deal with. Are there any other ways to attack it? As I was thinking, I noticed that the leg of the Dungeon Master was leaking blood. The leg that I kicked seemed to have blood. The Dungeon Master then raised its leg. As much as it hurts to see, it plucked out the blood using its fingers. It took out one bullet that was stuck on its foot. Did the kick really land? What's more, that bullet was from the attack just now. Again the Dungeon Master's entire body was shaking. This is the 4th time I've seen it, and my eyes were used to it. It immediately flew towards me trying to kick me and I hurriedly countered it by shooting one shot to counter it. The normal bullet seemed to successfully hit the top of the foot. Since the kick was still approaching me I took the hit, and flew away at an incredible distance. I knew it, although it's not always the case, but only the moment it attacks. A shock came from the side. I didn't even know what was going on as I was blown towards a wall. My head was spinning round and round, and my vision was blurry. By the time I realized I was being hit by a high-speed attack and was too slow to dodge it, again it raised its speed. I stood up while holding onto my knees, and reloaded the 12 bullets and rapidly fired. All of it was aimed at the foot of the dungeon master. It dodged all of it and the bullets landed on the ground. Again I loaded 12 more and rapidly fired, and as expected all of it hit the ground. TLN. All this time the dungeon master had no expression, but this time her mouth raised up a bit. It was barely a smile, as it was trying to tell me no, that's not gonna work. The next moment the dungeon master again shook. Another imperceptible speed attack is coming again. I did not move. With a light flash, it was being chased by 24 meteors. The light was caught with a scream that was never heard before. The dungeon master, who was sticking to the ground, was in a way looking forward. The right foot and both of its arms were covered with holes like a beehive. The dungeon master was looking at its foot and arms and had an unbelievable expression on its face. Did you not only use your feet, but also your hands? As it was staring at me, what happened was what its expression was showing. The first time when you were trying to pluck out the bullet, you thought it was the bullet that bounced back, right? You're sorrowfully mistaken. The bullet that you plucked out wasn't a normal bullet, but instead it was a homing bullet. As I was explaining it, the dungeon master had an unintelligible expression. It was the 2 homing bullets that you first wind out in response to your attack. The instant you realized, it instantaneously fell out of the wall and it automatically homed onto you. As I realized that, I just fired all of my homing bullet on your feet. The dungeon master looked nervous, and looked at where it was standing. The bullets that landed there, the hole was gouged big as the bullet flew out and changed its angle. The 24 shots that I fired are all responsive to your attack, because you're fast. Perhaps even faster than me, but I don't think you would be faster than a bullet. Reloading my bullets, I went close to it. The dungeon master that had fallen sustained huge injuries. The body looked more. I positioned my gun, and fired the normal bullet that I loaded. Almost the same time, the bullets, though it showed a hateful expression for a moment, but breathing its last breath, the dungeon master plopped down and vanished. The atmosphere around the dungeon finally turned back into the usual atmosphere. Phew. I wobbled, and sat down on my butt. I've gotten a brunt of attack, and the last one was probably not just kicked but beaten up. To prove it, a lot of parts of my body hurts like hell right now. That was barely a victory. Its speed was even faster than a S-speed human, and only when it attacked it materialized, which makes it a tough opponent. It really was a clutch victory. I don't want to do anything for the rest of the day. At that spot I plopped down on the ground, and formed a comma shape. If you looked at it from the top, the dungeon drop has finally returned, as Emily, who was searching for me, told me about it, and I rested my body for a while. Although I am only level 1, but with this unique skill, I am the strongest. Chapter 74. Yoda-san. Is Yoda-san alright? Featured image credited. Tons of EXP. Yoda-san. Is Yoda-san alright? When laying on my back, I could see Emily's desperate face visible directly from above me. Seems like she was extremely worried when she saw the sight of me being defeated. I'm alright. But you have a lot of injuries, Disu. Don't worry about that. You just have to do this. While awkwardly moving around to take out my gun and loading the healing bullet, I point the gun on my shoulder like a syringe and fired. The effects of the healing bullet immediately took place, and the injuries that I had just a second ago were starting to heal up. My body is awake. Yep, this should be fine. I'm glad. Disu. What happened, Disu? What's more important? Looking around, somewhere further away from us, I spotted a mummy. Monsters are starting to appear. Emily, how about the city's drop? Ah, yes, Disu. I came here to inform you of that, Disu. Just a moment ago, the drops of each dungeon has came back, Disu. As I suspected. Was it because of Yoda-san that brought it back, Disu? Emily asked me in a half-surprised tone, and a half-respectful tone. Yeah. Just a second ago there was a dungeon master here. It was Nonium's dungeon master, and it seems like it was the cause of all the drops disappearing. A dungeon that drops nothing appeared a dungeon master, so that's how it is. Though it had this annoying ability, plus was its ability to make the entire city void of drop, a skill of his or a natural phenomenon. And speaking of influences, This was similar to the case of a magical wind, but this is even more impactful than that. You're a genius Nano Desu, but Yoda-san was able to stop it once again Desu, just barely though. This time it was barely a victory for me. Well, although I could find its pattern of attacking. Thus if I were to encounter it again it might be easier to fight compared to today. Well then, time to head back and report then. Wait a minute Desu? It looks like something has dropped over there Desu. This is the Dungeon Master's drop? I then went to that area and picked up a ring on the ground. Inside the Dungeon Association, the Dungeon Chief, Clint was holding onto my hand while shaking vigorously with it. Thank you. Really thank you. It's because of you that Shikoro was saved. It's not something to make a big deal out of. It is something too. I'm sure you don't know about this. But the short time when there weren't any drops at all, the items from the shops in the city were slowly disappearing. I've heard of it from Celeste, because they can't do business without vegetables. People were buying it up left and right till it's depleting. It's not just vegetables, even other products were slowly being bought up. Really? That's how serious it was that everyone started panicking. If the disappearance of drop were to continue, I don't know how far this matter would escalate to. Hence why, Clint once again stared at me, and gave me a 100% of his gratitude through the force of his arm grabbing, which actually hurt. Really thank you so much. Well, I was also troubled by there being no drops at all. So it's something that was an obvious thing to do. But it's not mistaken that you've saved Shikoro. If only there was a way to show my gratitude. I know. I will give you the highest quality sugar you can ever find for a year. How's that? I don't need such sugar though. Plus how much is a year's worth of sugar? It should be around 100k in terms of sugar. Are you trying to feed me 300 cubes of sugar a day or what? Mew. I see that sugar is too cheap that it could not convey to you. Then why not the highest quality of honey for a year? Wait no. Can you please let go of the sweet stuff already? This is bad. If I were to seriously receive the payment from Clint I might actually get diabetes. More like for a year. Rice cakes, 1 piece, would have been sufficient. Anything else would have been a matter of standard ambiguity for the rest of the year, which would be troublesome. I strongly refused the offer from Clint, and hurriedly stood up and walked away from the Dungeon Association. After coming out from the Dungeon Association, I was walking around the city with Emily. Oi, the drops back in the dungeon. For real? What happened? Seems like there was a dungeon master inside Nonium, and it's because of that. So it's because of a Dunmisuha. What a pain in the ass. Even though it was quite a frenzy just a few days ago. But now everything seems to return back to normal. After everyone knew that the reason the drops are disappearing was due to the dungeon master, everyone acknowledged it and continued their lives. It's as to be expected of the reaction of these people that rely on the dungeon drops so much. As I figured, Yoda-san is simply amazing. You alone had already resolved this case no Desu. I would think that if Yoda-san wasn't here, the case might have lengthened to a dangerous extent Desu. I wonder whether it would have extended. Nonium. I'm the only one going back and forth there, though once in a while Princess Margaret and CO would go there too. Because there was no drop hence no one would head there no Desu, so I would think that knowing that there would be a dungeon master would have taken them a long time to figure out Desu. Well, it's also to be expected as they don't even know the reason why it was happening. I will now go and tell everyone that Yoda-san has resolved the case Desu. Please don't. I don't really like to be the center of attention. As long as the drop's disappearance is resolved, it's fine as it is. Yes Desu. Emily's mood was suddenly down. It seemed that she was more raring to heed the news compared to usual. Let's go to the dungeon. I want to test out the ring that we just picked up. Trying to change the subject, I let Emily look at the ring that I picked up as a drop from the dungeon master. We arrived at Nonium's first floor. I wanted to head to Tararu, but since the drop has been revived, there were a shit ton of adventurers going inside, thus I decided to come here instead. What should I do Desu? I want you to wear this and defeat a monster. Please wait for a moment. Yes Desu. Emily nodded, and I once again wear the ring. The size of the ring expanded, and since my thumb was the only thick one, I wore it on my thumb. After some time we met a skeleton, and I nonchalantly fired a normal bullet on its head and defeated it. The dropped item was then sucked into the pouch. Seems like Yoda-san has improved once again. I guess so. Last time it took me some time to defeat a skeleton even with a normal bullet, but now you've defeated it with just one shot, Desu. Again more skeleton appeared, and with one shot I defeated it. A surprised skeleton that appeared from within the wall was also dead when I shot it on the head, leaving it stuck inside the wall. While Emily was tagging along, we walked around while defeating skeletons left and right. Though it seems like Yoda-san has grown stronger, but it's the same as usual. It's the same. Is the effect of the ring not activated? No, it should be. Well, it should work. Around the corner there were two skeletons that appeared and I fired 2 shots at it and defeated it before it could even react. And seeds were sucked inside the pouch, and on the next moment, a light shone brightly from the ring. What is happening, Desu? It's coming, huh? My hands were stretched horizontally while my palms were facing upwards, and from my hands light was gathering around it, and there a 10 centimeters crystal appeared out of nowhere. Is this a new drop, Nano Desu? No, it's not a drop. Try and take this and see. Yes, Desu? The moment Emily took it, the crystal was letting out light and gradually it dissipated. Oh wow. What's with this? It disappeared, Desu. Calm down, it's probably alright. Probably. After the crystal dissipated, the perplexity of Emily suddenly stopped. Instead of being perplexed, she was surprised instead, and finally her expression changed into a happy one. Yoda-san, did it work? Yes, Desu. I leveled up, Desu. I'm finally level 26, Desu. While nodding, it seemed that the effect was working as per shown. Why is it like this? It's because of this ring. It had a level counter where it gathers experience points from the wearer, and once you gather enough of experience it will crystallize into a crystal, and anyone who takes it would in return absorb that EXP. Crystallizing experiences? This is the first time I'm hearing about this, Desu. So there's none, huh? Yes, Desu. Amazing, Desu. Emily was in awe. It's usually something that would never appear, but because of Nonium's Dungeon Master's drop that this was possible. I was surprised, though in return I was slightly happy. For a while I was always level 1 and it was a waste having experience given to me. Now I can finally pass on the experiences that are useless for a person such as me to my friends. This was indeed a nice item to get. I'm very tired. Featured image credited, hentai. Morning, the usual Nonium. Venturing into the first floor, I saw that Princess Margaret and CO were also there. There was a guy that looked like the leader, and his 4 minions, and also Princess Margaret herself. It was the usual 6-man team. Yosatu, we meet again. Yo, looks like you're about to get more of that hair, I see. Beside the leader, there was a mountain of Pandora boxes stacking high up, and all of it were shown to have Princess Margaret's face on them. Yeah, as we want to sell all of these today, so we need the strength of Princess to obtain that dream. I see. Speaking of which, I've never seen you around these past few days. Well, I was busy handling that business you suggested the other day. Me? Oh, you're talking about the time we were discussing about the ring. Thus I remembered the time we talked about that case, because he was troubled by what to sell besides the airbox, and I suggested to him to sell an item that has a tagline of, a ring that Princess Margaret has so graciously granted upon you. So, what happened to that? About that the dungeon that drops ring. Half of the dungeon was restrained by a large family. By a family, that reminded me of the rice situation last time. Even in Shikaro, only in Silicon would you get the only rice drop from the adult bat inside the 6th floor and someone tried to monopolize it. I guess you can say that these kind of things can happen anywhere in the world. They seem to manage the shipment of every quant.I.I and quality of items. I've tried many things, but there was a hierarchy in the dungeon and they said that only one place they could not manage it, but there's dragon over there. I can't even begin how much we have to train the princess before she could be strong enough to defeat one, so we decided on giving it up. The man shrugged his shoulders while placing both his palms up. I've seen their combat. Their style is to let the 4 minions weaken the monster before letting Princess Margaret deal the final blow. Even that final blow where she held the sword wobbly and thrusted the sword with a weak push. No wait, even though it was weak but it was kinda cute, thus I would give full 100 marks on that. You're right. I think letting them fight the dragon would be a suicide mission. I know, right? As for the princess, she's actually quite high level though. Is that so? When I asked him back, the guy stroked his chest as if he was proud of what he'd done. Don't be surprised when you hear it. The princess's highest level is up till 99, and now her current level is at 94. WTF? TLN, might have exaggerated a bit, but for some reason, I don't know whether some god has bestowed upon her or something, but miraculously her stats are all F. Ever since her level was at 1, no matter how much she'd leveled it was still at F. Is that even possible? Well, the living proof is the princess. Having high level doesn't equal being strong. That's true. Your strength doesn't determined based on your level, but by how good your stats are. The proof was that even though I was level 1, but because I could use the seeds to up my stats, that's why I became strong. To be honest, I didn't know that it was humanly possible that there would be people who has high level but their abilities didn't increase whatsoever. Level 94 but all F. It makes me curious to check her status on the know-it-all board. Even though I've got a feeling she's gonna up to level 95, but I get the feeling that nothing's going to increase. While we were chatting, the ones over there managed to defeat the skeleton. One of the follower guy went in front and used the Pandora box to capture the air, then with his little footsteps went back with the rest and escorted the princess over here. Though, dash. The moment she looked at me, the princess's face was covered in bright red color, turned and ran away. The 3 guys that were escorting her were shocked and hurriedly chased after her. What just happened? Now that I remember, the leader was staring at my face. Satu, I remembered at that time, you helped and rescued the princess. Oh yeah, that happened, didn't it? Haze, so that's how it is, huh? How's what? Haze. The leader made an even exaggerated sigh in front of me. It was as if I was being pinched by a fox. Nonium's 2nd floor. Since for some reason if I was at that floor Princess Margaret would just run away, so I decided to head down to the 2nd floor, double-checking that my pouch is indeed empty, and I was wearing the ring on my thumb. My normal bullets was also loaded. After checking all these, I continued forward into the dungeon. Encountering a zombie, I immediately killed it and a seed went inside the pouch. Turning on efficiency mode, I went around the 2nd floor. Basically when I see a head I pop it with my gun. Even when they tried to ambush me, I used the least amount of effort to kill them. After defeating 10 zombies, a crystal was born. Because of this ring, whenever it hits the maximum counter for a level, it would act.u.melate the experience points and materialized into a crystal, and with that I can give it to someone to gain that experience points. So defeating 10 zombies would get me 1 crystal. Carefully keeping it, I continued hunting down for more zombies. As there were no adventurers inside Nonium Dungeon's 2nd floor, I could smoothly defeat the zombies as they come by. After defeating another 10 zombies I've gotten my 2nd crystal, though I think that it was enough. But just in case I went and hunt for 1 more. And after defeating my 30th zombie, I've gotten my 3rd crystal. I'm not mistaken, so that confirms killing 10 zombies would gain a crystal. I then took out the other 2 crystals and arranged them on my palm. The 3 crystals had the exact same size, and since it reflected the light around the dungeon, it shone beautifully. This was the first time I tasted an achievement. Ever since I came to this world, I always felt that it was a waste of EXP as my highest level was 1, but now with this item I could turn them all into EXP crystals. This sensation of getting a crystal is different from getting a drop from defeating a monster. After getting 5 crystals, I decided to head out of the dungeon. Princess Margaret and CO were already gone when I head to the 1st floor. I guess they were done. After coming outside the dungeon, I took out the seeds from the pouch and lay them on the ground, and leaving a distance between it, I wanted to hatch them into rogue monsters. If I defeat them and get the flame bullets, my morning routine would probably be over, though it's not like my to-do lists has increased the slightest, with my routine pace going on as usual. What that means is that if we continue at this pace, I would be able to get 5 crystals during the afternoon. For now I want to increase the quant.I.T of those crystals. When I use the magic cart, one round trip would earn me around 40k Pyro, and usually I would earn around 200k worth a day. Following that, today's goal would be to earn a lot of EXP crystals by the end of the day. If I could do that without any trouble, it would surely bring a sigh of relief. Whilst thinking about it, the seeds hatched into rogue zombies. All 50 zombies appeared at once. Already prepared my normal bullets, I continuously fired my bullets at them, and during the afternoon I can head back into the dungeon. Kaya. Looking at the place where a zombie was present, I could hear a girl screaming, "This is bad. Did someone paw.s by?" Stopping my gunfire, I loaded a restrained bullet and fired. The light envelopes the zombies and wrapped it around. I immediately flew straight at the gang of zombies and used my fists to defeat them, and whilst defeating them I head for where the sound had came from. When I arrived at the location, there was a girl where her butt was on the ground. Princess Margaret was laying there. Her appearance was the same when I met her at the dungeon, but the only difference was that she wasn't holding any weapon. A zombie that was restrained tried to lean towards her, but she could not get away from it, and she showed a horrid expression. "Get away." I kicked the ground and furiously rushed ahead. The zombie grunted and tried to bite her while groaning, so I grasped the side of its head to prevent that from happening. "You alright?" Without answering, in return she hugged me. No wait. It actually hurt. Her small body was shivering in fear whilst diving her face onto my shirt. "Don't worry, it's alright now." I gently held her waist and jumped backwards to escape, and with my other hand I held onto my gun. Since I managed to save her, it was already fine. With my other hand I reloaded and fired at the zombie continuously. The girl that I was holding was different compared to her selfishness, though it was easier to defeat the zombies. But because it was different from usual, Margaret's shivers disappeared all of a sudden, and she was not aware that she was looking at my face at such a close range. "You okay?" After confirming that I've defeated all 50 zombies, I asked Margaret who I was still holding onto. For some reason she wasn't answering me, but was blindly looking at me. "Are you hurt somewhere?" Margaret, since she wasn't answering me, I tried gently pulled her cheeks. "Kaya." As she saw my hands, she was shrieked and pushed me away. I was H.I.T. by surprised as she suddenly pushed me, making me lose my balance. As I fell, 5 of the crystals fell onto the ground. Before I picked it up, I caught a glimpse of Margaret. Her face was bright red, as she was frantically looking down and glancing at me every now and then. "What's wrong? What happened?" "No. It's nothing." "Fumu, you're not hurt or anything, right?" Nodding her head, the bright red face of Margaret was shaking her head up and down. I was sort of curious why she was behaving this way, but now that I think about it, the girls I've met today were weird. Leaving that aside, since she wasn't injured or anything, I can say that it was an alright situation. Since staying here would be dangerous, I'll escort her till the city. Thinking that was what I should do, I picked up the crystals that had fallen to the ground. I'll pick it up for you." Wait a me. Without even the time to stop her, Margaret robbed my words away and picked the crystals up before me. At that moment, the crystals that was on her hand disappeared. Margaret was surprised. "Another one has come to know about the specialty of the crystals. Seems like anyone other than me who grabs the crystals, it would immediately disappear." Same goes to Emily. Probably the EXP went into her. Speaking of which, what about Alice? I wonder what would happen if the girl who has the same max level as me were to touch it. After meeting up with her, I will test it out, was what I thought. I leveled up. TLN, she speaks in a really polite way. "Seriously? Now that you mention it, I heard that you were about to level up." So the EXP was enough to level her up, huh? For now, congratulations. Thank you so much. How about your abilities? Remembering what the leader said, My interest was revived once again. Margaret then looked around restlessly. Know-it-all board. Is there one around here? If it's here, I guess the one closest would be the entrance of Nonium. Margaret then nodded. Thus the two of us walked to the direction of Nonium, and once we reached, Margaret operated the know-it-all board and her status appeared. Level 95-99, HP, F, MP, F, Strength, F, Endurance, F, Intelligence, F, Mentality, F, Speed, F, Dexterity, F, Luck, F. Wow! I subconsciously let out my voice. This was the first time I saw such high level, and a high level at that. Though, the stats were really all F, as I expected. No, it was nothing. For a second, I could see Princess Margaret's sadness shown on her face. It wasn't my imagination, I'm sure of it. I've felt that before, where whatever you do, it would not pay off. I'm sure she felt that way whenever she levels up. I want to do something about it. Margaret, who was sad, continued operating the know-it-all board to the next page. What's wrong? Oh, vegetation E, animal E, minerals E, magic E, special items E. It wasn't all F that was displayed. All of it raised up to E. It has finally raised. It has indeed finally raised up. Margaret was frolicking around while being overjoyed. After leveling to 95, it seemed that her status finally went up. Even if it was E, it was something huge to celebrate. But I was different. Since I wasn't in her shoe, I could not feel her happiness. There's something. No, I've noticed a possibility. E, D, C, B, A. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Using both my hands to count, I noticed a possibility.